Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the May 11th, 2026 open meeting of the Electoral Area Services Committee, which is a committee of the Comox Valley Regional District that deals with servicing in the rural areas A, B, and C. I see there's lots of people in the gallery, so a little housekeeping is in order. Should there be any emergencies, the muster point is on the sidewalk outside on Harmston. If you look around, you can see exits on your right as well as on the left where you came in. Washrooms are located around the backside, just down and on your right. So it's a little tricky getting in and out of them, but you just follow the instructions, you'll be fine. I'd like to take an opportunity, first of all, to acknowledge the fact that we are here today doing our business on the traditional unceded territory, that what is now known as the Comox First Nations. So we're going to plow right into the long agenda we have today. And I guess the first item of business is some delegations. Our first delegation is Open Heart Mine Studio temporary use permit. Bob Baker, Elaine Proder, Amy Crook, Brody Lindell will provide information and support of temporary use permit application 2UP 4C25 for 495 Williams Beach Road. So if I can ask your spokesperson to come up and press the little button on the podium there, and I'll give you the microphone. I'd like to remind you, get 10 minutes. You get 10 minutes to present. And then we have unlimited time to cross-examine. That's it. Director Arbor, give you a hand with that.
Okay.
There we go. Welcome.
I can barely see you over this. So thank you for hearing my testimony today. My name is Amy Crook. I live at 2202 Lambert Drive in Courtenay. I've been a resident of the Valley for 14 years. I'm speaking to you today on behalf of the many people that have scoliosis and asymmetrical spines that benefit greatly from Martha's experience in teaching. Some people have membership clubs. I have x-rays. So these are my compatriots, and that's me, just so that you know that what I speak of, and so people are clear about what scoliosis is. I don't do that in public. It's a private thing. So I have an extremely curvy and twisty spine, and as I age, it's more painful and debilitating. For most people with scoliosis, we are diagnosed in our teens and we receive very little medical attention and support for the rest of our lives. We're cut loose after our initial treatment. As we age, our symptoms worsen, and we're left to figure out how to manage our pain and mobility limitations on our own. It's isolating and frightening. We're desperate for ways to live without dependency on lifelong medications like opiates or multiple invasive surgeries. It's well known in the scoliosis community that staying strong and supple is the best way to manage chronic pain and the lifelong discomfort that comes with something like scoliosis. However, due to my spinal deformities and many of the people that I've also met with scoliosis, I can't participate in many of the regular physical activities like running or swimming or weight workouts or Pilates. Even regular yoga classes are not accessible to me. They're too hard and they do more harm than good. And it's frustrating. So I searched for years for something to help me because When I was diagnosed, they gave me a life expectancy of 40, and I'll be 70 soon. A lot of my relief comes from learning what Martha has to teach. Martha's classes and retreats offer specialized movement practices that help people like me move more safely, reduce our pain, and feel at ease in our bodies. Martha offers unique support for us. She's professionally trained, has done this for many, many years, and she's a peer. She also lives with scoliosis, has had major surgery, and a lifelong challenge just like us. And that combination of lived experience and professional training is completely unique. We are very lucky. I am very lucky to have her available locally. In truth, I believe Martha offers people like us a lifeline. I know I would not function as well as I do without the opportunity to attend in-person classes and retreats where I learn specialized movements. Zoom classes are not the same. It's that one-on-one peer relationship that really makes a difference, that allows me to understand the movement and integrate it. On my very bad pain days, which sadly are becoming more frequent, I go back to what Martha teaches us, and the movements give me some relief. I can hang on to that and it gives me control over my life. I am deeply grateful for that. I've attended many of Martha's retreats. You can do the next slide. The groups are small and intimate. That's me on the lower left. Calm, deeply respectful, both the participants and the surrounding environment. We are very lucky to have these workshops, which can often be quite physically and personally intense, on such a lovely space in a beautiful natural setting, because it allows us to slow down and feel safe with the movements, which can sometimes be quite challenging, and reconnect in our bodies and with peers. That's not possible in a regular clinical environment. And actually, it's really not possible, in my experience, in regular classes, because I'm set aside and it brings up, unpleasant things. So this, again, not only Martha's knowledge and lived experience, but the setting is something that supports true healing. Martha collaborates with colleagues. She sometimes brings in guest teachers for retreats. And these are people that are renowned in their knowledge. And it's a thin slice of instructors that understand our particular needs. The opportunity to learn from these amazing teachers is truly life-changing. For those of us dealing with complex conditions like scoliosis and spinal fusions, access to teachers like this is rare and sometimes very expensive. These workshops make specialized knowledge and in-person one-on-one training accessible to local community members. And I know there's people in the audience who have traveled from other places on the island to show their support. So it's not just here. It adds a tremendous value to our community. Retreat participants do attend from afar, and they're housed at the Alders Beach Resort. Locals like myself get to join them through meals at the cabins, or you can go to the next slide. We gather for other activities like walks on the beaches, and building community in this healing environment is truly unique. it's fabulous to see others who have the same thing and what they struggle with. The picture on the left is the Black Creek Hall, and Martha has offered classes there recently because she wasn't allowed to teach at her facility at home. So it's not anywhere near as supportive an environment as Martha provides. I said, I said the Black Creek Hall is not anywhere near as supportive an environment as what Ohm provides. I guess in summary, I'd like to say that I live in co-housing. We have had our share of internal strife, which we have worked through. And to me, this is about interpersonal relationships. It's not about the value of what Martha offers. That's indisputable. It's about the ability of neighbors to talk and relate. And I just offer that as a consideration. And I personally would really like to urge you to please let Martha continue to offer her really unique blend of talent and lived experience to us. Do you want to?
Thank you very much. Please, no outbursts of any sort. Thank you.
Do you have questions or does
Do you
that?
have any questions, directors?
No?
Thank you. There's another presentation? I'm sorry, we've already used your 10 minutes up. We got 31 seconds left on your 10-minute presentation, so.
Okay. Hello, my name is Brooke Lindell. I live at 544 Williams Beach Road, just 2 doors down from Martha Carter's property. I walk by Martha's discreet driveway and modest sign daily. I felt it was important to share my personal experience because it has been difficult to watch so much negativity directed towards something that, from my perspective, has brought positivity and care into our community. I deeply value the peace and quiet of where we live. And honestly, Ohm has never disrupted that for me. I have not noticed its presence in any negative way. My driveway is shorter than the long driveways around me, and I've never noticed heavy traffic or disruptions. What I do notice is the tension and criticism surrounding it. And that has felt far more impactful than anything happening at the property itself. I remember years ago, one summer evening, hearing music drifting through the neighborhood. And
Okay, Madam, hold on a second. I'm going to ask the board's position on this. Would you extend it another 5 minutes, Director?
Yeah, I'm just curious because I think there were 3 people listed, so I'm just wondering if there'll be another person that was planning to speak as well. No. So I'm in favor of some lenience, but maybe not half an hour of presentation.
Okay,
Oh, thank you.
you can continue. We'll give you 3 more minutes, okay?
It'll be probably less than that. So I was saying, I remember years ago, one summer evening, hearing music drifting through the neighborhood and specifically thinking how respectful and considerate the timing of the end was. That moment stayed with me because it reflected care for the people living nearby. As a small business owner myself, I understand how vulnerable it can be to build something new. It takes time to learn, to adapt, and find balance within a community. From what I have observed, Martha Carter came into this with good intentions and a genuine desire to create something small but meaningful. What saddens me most is the lack of neighborly communication. I believe in speaking directly, openly, and compassionately with one another. I understand there are different perspectives, but I do not believe disagreement alone means something is harmful or disruptive. Sometimes the loudest voices carry the most weight, but that does not mean they speak for everyone. I wish there was more openness, understanding, and willingness to see the value that OHM may hold for others in the community. With everything happening in the world today, it feels especially unfortunate to see so much energy spent fighting something rooted in wellness and community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would say that there will be opportunities to speak to this matter when it comes up under the agenda. I will be asking for any comments from the gallery at that point. So we're going to move on to the next presentation now, if we may. So we have Williams Beach Road residents, temporary use permit, Margaret Bremacombe, David McEwen, Wolfram Wallenheit, Williams Beach Road residents to provide information regarding the temporary use permit application, PUP 4C25. And who is the spokesperson for this presentation? There you go. Thank you. And your name?
I'll just take a moment, if I may. I click this to
Yep.
advance that. Is that correct? Good morning, Chair Grieve and directors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Margaret Bremacombe, and my husband is Dave McEwen, and our family has lived at Williams Beach Road for 20 years. We are part of a delegation of nearby residents whose properties are shown on the slide, so those with yellow circles around them. And we are here to voice our opposition to the temporary use permit application for 495 Williams Beach Road. It is important to clarify that our delegation is not opposed to yoga classes, wellness classes, or to a full-time resident operating a home occupation such as a yoga studio, as long as it remains secondary to residential use and within the zoning limits. If that were the case, we would not be here today. Our concern relates to the commercial activity that has occurred over the past 3 years, the proposal to continue that use through a TUP, and the planned expansion of commercial activity on the property. Our presentation will briefly review the property's development, use, and conclude with 5 key concerns. How do I get to the next slide? There we go. The property that would become the Open Heart Mind Center at 495 Williams Beach Road was purchased in October 2019 by Martha Carter. It forms half of a 1998 subdivision that created 495 and 505. That subdivision included a covenant limiting each lot to a single-family dwelling, which the neighborhood expect to be followed. Following the property purchase, we initially received bits of information about Martha's plans, and at our request, a meeting was held in May 2020 where she outlined her vision for the property and described her plans in more detail. Martha said she would not live on the property and that the operations would be managed by the property caretaker who had been residing on the in the on-site recreational trailer since January. She described a commercial retreat center where she and others would offer workshops, yoga and dance classes, concerts, and multi-day retreats modeled on the Salt Spring Center of Yoga. Retreats were described as involving 15 or more guests, full meal service, and several hours of daily indoor and outdoor programming, with frequency expected to increase from monthly to every weekend and other days filled by workshops and classes. Plans also included substantial development, a main dwelling with 6 to 7 bathrooms, a yurt with caretaker accommodation, and relocation of trailers to a forest camping area. When zoning and covenant concerns were raised, Martha stated that the proposal would be framed as a bed and breakfast for zoning purposes and that the single-family dwelling covenant restriction could be addressed later. We documented these plans and our concerns in correspondence with the CVRD, and we also emailed Martha to express our opposition, noting that the proposal conflicted with zoning and covenant limits. We encouraged Martha and the CVRD to discuss the plans directly. Over the following years, development occurred incrementally. A series of buildings were constructed or modified under various permits, including a yurt with deck and hot tub, a carriage house, and additions to existing structures, forming the base for retreat operations. By 2023, the property was advertised as an event venue for rent by external users, with capacities of 14 clients for classes and 25 for gatherings. Portions of the carriage house were also offered as studio rental space. From March 2023, the property began accommodating members of the traveling public alongside caretaker occupancy in a non-residential space. This arrangement was later identified as non-compliant, and the CVRD required the carriage house to be converted to a primary dwelling to allow Airbnb operation to continue. In addition, from March 2023, neighbors experienced recurring noise, traffic, and activity, and documented impacts while waiting to see how significant they would become. As activity increased and further building permits expanded the space for commercial operations, formal bylaw complaints began in April 2024, documenting the ongoing disturbances and land use concerns. The CVRD opened multiple bylaw enforcement files related to noise and property use over approximately 18 months, and despite this, impacts persisted through 2025. In December 2025, a temporary use permit application was submitted. Generally, concerns of the surrounding neighbors, that is our delegation, have already been documented in submissions to the CVRD, so 5 concerns will only be briefly reviewed here. The property has been developed and operated primarily as a commercial enterprise rather than a residence with permitted home occupations. The commercial retreat center concept has been communicated in that first 2020 meeting with neighbors, and in a 2023 blog post where the owner described the first 2 buildings constructed as purpose-built for the commercial activities. The commercial retreat concept is being realized through building and design choices. So in addition to the yurt, we have the guest house flex space top floor with a yoga wall for group activities. This addition to the pump house on the west property line is described as a storage study space in the application and as a yoga and study haven by the builder, yet it could function as a cottage. And the commercial vision would be advanced with the proposed 3,200 square foot family home. And while framed as a family home, the building layout and site design indicate use oriented toward client accommodation and resort activities, as shown in the architectural drawings. Features in the architectural blueprint show a caretaker suite indicating ongoing operational management, entry into a large foyer across from an office consistent with guest reception, 3 clustered bedrooms at one end, the maximum permitted for bed and breakfast accommodation, communal areas and wellness amenities designed for group use. And referring back to this slide, you'll note the additional renderings on the left. And what they show is clients engaged in retreat programming, pointing to commercial rather than residential use within that structure. The application characterizes OHM's operation as similar to a home occupation. However, the scale of use demonstrates otherwise. These 2024 figures, are based on documented activities submitted to the CVRD and summarized from a table on page 56 of your agenda package. In 2024 alone, approximately 1,800 client and instructor visits occurred to the property. Within this, 22 external instructors operating as independent businesses delivered 99 events over 118 days, including 7 multi-day retreats. Many clients and instructors traveled from outside the Comox Valley, including internationally.
I would remind you have 2 minutes left.
Bylaw complaints were submitted relating to activities beyond home occupation limits that were outlined in the staff's APC letter, including the business owner not residing on the property, exceeding the 8 client threshold, exceeding the maximum permitted use area, employing more than 3 persons, conducting activities outside fully enclosed buildings, offering accommodation not only in the guest house flex space, but in a trailer sited on the property and in bell tents. Due to covenant restrictions, the building construction area is effectively limited to under 1 acre despite the property being 8 acres. Within this constrained area, multiple overlapping commercial uses operate, including a B&B, a caretaker suite, a yurt studio, a yoga haven or cottage, and outdoor gathering spaces. This property already appears overdeveloped in terms of density, activity, traffic, and occupancy. This high level of intensity would substantially increase with the planned anchor building. Due to the commercial operation, neighbors have been experiencing increased traffic from arrivals and departures of clients and instructors and support staff. The property hosts events that extend beyond typical residential hours. The CVRD records document over 25 noise and dozens of property use complaints, followed by approximately 18 months of bylaw enforcement action. Despite this, impacts continue, compliance has not been achieved, and the applicant's repeated violations and recurring tickets demonstrate a persistent disregard for regulations and provide no reasonable basis to anticipate compliance with any future conditions. Furthermore,
I'll give you 2 minutes to wrap it up.
thank you. Furthermore, a temporary use permit is not appropriate for this situation. A TUP's purpose is to trial a use, but that trial has already occurred. This application simply seeks to continue a non-compliant commercial operation. Approval would set a concerning precedent by effectively rewarding continued non-compliance and would not resolve existing issues, but instead continue the enforcement and administrative burden on the CVRD and the community. This slide shows our neighborhood. The applicant's property is on the far right, and the homes on the left are those of our delegation. From the beginning, the development and use of the property at 495 has never been for residential use. Rather, the applicant is using it to advance her wellness commercial enterprise. We ask for your support in preserving the rural character of our neighborhood and respectfully request that the CVRD deny the temporary use permit and uphold the existing zoning and bylaws. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very good. And do the directors have any questions? No questions, so I'd like to excuse you from the podium and thank you very much for your presentation. Now we're going to move into the meeting and get that started. We do have this coming up as the number 1 item of business after our housekeeping. Okay, so we did move that for receipt. Anybody opposed to receipt? That carries. First item is the resolution status report for receipt. Okay. Move second on receipt. Any discussion? I have a little bit of a discussion. I will be bringing it up later on under a different item about an item that has fallen off the resolution status report that kind of is pertinent to some of today's discussion. Director Arbor?
Yeah, thanks. And it's nice to see that we're kind of winding down the list fairly rapidly. As I was going through the items, there's a lot that are being concluded. So I just want to show appreciation for that ahead of completing our term. And on the ones that are going to carry over, I think we're still tracking. So yeah, maybe you have a couple that you'll have for later that I agree, but on my end, it's looking good. Thanks.
Any other discussion on that? Anybody opposed to receipt of the resolution status report? That carries. Now we have advisory planning commission minutes. We got the agriculture advisory, the area C advisory and area B advisory. If you want to move those. That's, yeah, including, there's two area Bs. Okay, so moved and seconded. On receipt, anyone opposed? That carries. Now, item number 2, electoral area C temporary use permit application TUP for C25 for 495 Williams Beach Road. A report for receipt. And over to CEO for introductions.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to the directors. Jody McLean is our senior planner, and Jody will be introducing the staff report on the TUP 4C25 on Williams Beach Road. Jody.
Welcome, Jody.
Thank you, and through the CEO to the chair and directors. Also in attendance, we have the applicants, Martha Carter and Bruce Greenway, and I'll ask that they come up to the chairs here and join me at the table. So a zoning bylaw, it regulates what land uses are permitted in what areas, and it can include density and development regulations. This provides a degree of security for residents to know that their residential area will stay residential and that commercial industrial activities will happen over there, not here. However, an owner can propose a new use that their zone doesn't otherwise allow or doesn't even contemplate, but they believe would be suitable given the context of their particular property and its development. And that's what a temporary use permit can do. And it's not an automatic approval. It requires consideration by this committee. Public input is considered. Feedback from the advisory planning commissions is considered and is analyzed against the CVRD's land use policies as expressed in the official community plan. So in this case, we have a rural 20 zoned property. It is developed with a house and several accessory buildings consistent with that zone. And the owner uses the property to host instructional courses and events relating to therapeutic and wellness activities. The zoning bylaw could allow for this within the limit of the home occupation use. These are home-based businesses. They allow a resident who work from home, where the residential use is the principal use, and the home occupation is incidental and subordinate to that. In this case, the activities that have been occurring on this property exceed those of the home occupation limits. Bylaw complaints have been received. And so with this application, staff has reviewed the proposal with respect to the land use policies and is recommending the application be refused. This is a rural settlement area in the official community plan, and the impacts of the scope and type of activities is more akin to a commercial use of the property. It is not clear that the residential use is principal or the dominant use of the property. The Advisory Planning Commission reviewed this and recommended approval. Numerous correspondence has been received during the processing of this application. We received 7 letters and a petition with numerous signatures objecting. And this includes those people who are speaking today as delegates, and she significantly captured the points of those letters. We also received approximately 35 letters of support. And again, those include those who spoke as delegates today, and they highlighted the value of their proposed use. So, Mr. Chair, with the refusal of the application, the owner would only be able to conduct these activities within the scope of the home occupation regulations, meaning a permanently occupied residence by the one who is operating the business, indoor use only, under 125 square meters, no more than 3 employees. And so Bruce Greenway, the agent for the applicant, and Martha Carter, the owner, they would like to elaborate, if you allow. They have a presentation on the PowerPoint that they'd like to provide.
Okay, you folks switch to, there you go. I'll let the proponent speak. Just press your little button there and I'll turn your mic on.
Thank you. First of all, there's a misunderstanding with the delegation about the first person thought she had 10 minutes to speak, so she went over long. And so we missed some critical aspects of the delegation. So if you could do the last slide of the delegation slideshow that has the videos. of the delegations. There's two slideshows. There's one that has for the delegation.
I think this is a little out of order.
Okay.
We'd like you to
Okay.
elaborate on your own, not so much a
Okay, the importance
a
of that,
picture
it
show,
showed
if
videos.
possible.
Oh, fair enough. It showed that Martha Carter here. Are you on mine? There we go. There we go. So Martha Carter moved here 2017 to basically retire and be closer to family. The videos I wanted to show you were essentially her family events on that property. One of them showing one of the things that causes the noise complaint. It had the loudspeakers. It was a family party. There's a lot of misinterpretation about which what is an home activity versus what is a family activity. And again, there's the other two presenters on the delegation would have gone in that in detail, and hopefully they can do it afterward. So to what I was going to speak on is that this is a retirement project from a busy life doing yoga and art activities and all manner of that kind of work. And then she moved here to scale down, just like many people do, closer to family, and where she can do the work that she likes, but in a smaller scale. Issues that have already been brought up have been bylaw issues such as noise. That was one of the things that we had actually a video of the actual party that was part of the noise complaint and other activities. One aspect is that there's too many people at some of the events, that there are more than 3 teachers that are allowed, and just the nature of impression of the scale is that it is too large, too commercial in nature. Now, home occupation is a commercial business for remuneration as defined in the bylaws, but what is the scale? And quickly here, I won't go into detail and read the slides, but there's 3 kinds of classes. Classes are 1 to 2 hours. Workshops are slightly larger, and then retreats, which are basically a couple hours in the morning, go to lunch at the Alders, as Amy said, and then a couple hours after. And the main issue here, as I can just go through, I don't want to belabor this, is what is the correct scale? The scale here is not really defined of what a home occupation is. First of all, if you look through the different bylaw aspects, she moved when she realized that she had to move to the site to have this be a home occupation. That wasn't clearly defined to her. She did move her home address there and lives there. And also, let me go through this again. Trying to define what the scale of operation is. She, in the final slide, it'll be what her actual 2024 usage were based upon business records. Based upon business records as opposed to online observation. Trying to find out what the appropriate scale of that operation is. To have a proper yoga studio, you need to have essentially it operating all day to be able to pay your mortgage and meet fixed costs. These are essentially 4 classes a week plus a retreat 6 times a year. This is our maximum of what we would want. We were asked to say, what is your maximum amount of schedule? 4 classes a week, a retreat 6 times a year, plus a workshop once a month. So going forward. Also, does somebody who comes to visit the site to take the class in the yurt studio, can they stay there and stay out on the deck when the activity is complete? Can they stay out on the deck or go visit the property? We put enormous effort into screening the property from the neighbors visually. It's not visible from the road at all. What is appropriate there? It is understood that if we had yoga classes out on the lawn or out away from out of doors, that is not in line with the home occupation guidelines. And even the pictures that you showed were that were bylaw violations. Again, it wasn't 60 people out on the lawn with blaring music. It was 12 people and a couple of teachers sitting out on the deck smiling. So again, it's a bylaw violation, but how can we find something that is workable here? It's also been a learning process. I'm an architect. I was hired in 2022 to design her house. And the original idea in 2021 was to build a house first and a yoga studio, and then the carriage house is secondary. COVID basically put the wrench in that plan. And without even knowing that you could even have meetings, I don't know if you remember COVID times, if we could actually have meetings. The yurt was built almost as a temporary experiment to see if people would even show up to yoga classes. All this stuff was easily available online. None of this was secret. If you look at the sections on the right, originally the idea was that we would have a yoga studio that would replace the yurt. That would be essentially a room in the house. And as we kept going through it, to us, meeting the rural landscape isn't a 6,000, 5,000 square foot house like many of the neighbors have that's 2 stories. It's literally letting the rural landscape go over the house and integrate a small garden in the front, courtyard garden that adjacent to the kitchen, and then also integrating into the landscape that way. And as you see, looking at the design, these are sketches and doodles and quickie digital paintings. None of this is set in stone. And as it has evolved over the past couple of years, it has gotten smaller and smaller as we figured out what actually works. And houses like that are typical. The kind of work I do, there's nothing special about the layout. It is absolutely a residential use. Many people have a nanny or an in-home caregiver, or in this case, a caretaker and groundskeeper. And the idea is that it's transparent to the ocean when you walk in, and low to the ground as opposed to a 2.5 story. Again, that's a matter of personal taste. Some people like a big house that overlooks the landscape, but to us, keeping it low is what integrates it with the rural landscape as opposed to dominating the rural landscape. And lastly, this is, as was pointed out in the previous delegation, we have restricted ourselves to a development area defined by the covenant line, the no-build covenant line, and the tree line. And though right now, originally we were requested not to include our future plans for the future house, so we've included it here just because seemingly the mystery of what we were holding back is always worse, especially when there's strained neighbor relations. Again, that was going to go over in the delegation. You're always wondering what's the worst thing that they're doing. So this is the final plan. This is what the eventual plan wants to do. The house is going to be, it started out as maybe 4,000 square feet when we had an integral yoga studio. Now it's more like 2,500 to 2,800 square feet, which is half the size of the other houses. If you take all the buildings on this site together, it's smaller than many of the houses, at least I've seen from the satellite view. So the size isn't the issue, but right now, because we didn't start with the house, I can see how some of the misinterpretations could have followed. And what we learned from the last thing, I'm going to finish up and then Martha will conclude, is that even though we passed in the last meeting, our motion was carried, we learned a lot from what they said. There's a difficulty, it's complexity. How do we define the scale? It's not defined what a home occupation scale of operation is. Right now, we want to have 4 classes a week and 6 retreats a year. Is that too much? Our interpretation from not having staff support that is too much. We're willing to have 8 people, just essentially in line with the home occupation, 8 people per class, 4 classes a week, maybe 6 retreats is too much. But the main thing is that misinterpretations such as advertising, to get 8 people to show up, you have to advertise for 12. And so we've only advertised for 8 people. And also, how do you have a point of communication? The caretaker can also be the point of communication if there's a complaint. Instead of making a bylaw complaint, if there's too much noise, they can talk to that person. Also, as a courtesy, as the videos we're going to show as part of the commission, we can say we're having a family event, which are common and often because she has an enormous extended family here. We'll say next weekend we're having people over as a courtesy to everybody.
I have to encourage you to wrap it up.
Yep.
You're already over 10 minutes.
Okay. That's all I have to say, and then Martha can conclude. Thank you.
There you go. I'll turn you on. Welcome.
Thank you. Thanks everyone for being here to listen to my thoughts. So I'm Martha, the owner of OHM, we call it, Open Heart Mind. For years, I've had the vision to create a home studio in this valley, ideally surrounded by nature with a view. And I finally had the opportunity when I found this land. I've never built anything like this before, and rural regulations are new to me, but I have operated officially with all the building permits and all the licenses since spring 23. Much to my regret, I have made some mistakes, and I'm sorry for any unintentional disruptions. But I have paid all my fines and responded cooperatively to the guidance of the planning department. Sound issues definitely did occur when my former teacher caretaker used bass heavy music, but she stopped working with me over a year ago, and we don't use that kind of sound system anymore. I'm not applying for this TUP because I want my home teaching practice to be bigger. No, I was told it was necessary for me to get some elbow room. But it's important to note that the elbow room I'm requesting is not about more action. OM is busy enough, and I want it to stay small. In 24, we averaged less than 1 hour per day through the year, and that is enough for me. I'm moving towards retirement, and I want to reduce my workload, not add to it. But I am interested in serving community. And I think it's actually my openness and excitement to share with community that has brought us here today. And speaking of community, it is my hope that all of us neighbors can build some positive relationships based on our mutual respect for this incredible land we all share. So for the elbow room, I'm asking for two things, really. First, to be allowed to have up to 4 more people in class during a weekend workshop or retreat, which makes it a total of 12 people, whereas every other class is 8 maximum, like the bylaw stipulates. And the other thing is actually asking for less, which is to only have 2 full-time employees. Because the third employee, for my business and for my vision, it works much better if I can invite a rotating third employee as a guest specialist for the weekend workshops 4 to 6 times a year. And that will actually create less action than having the full-time employee, like the one who had the sound system and used it regularly, unfortunately. Regarding my residence, as soon as I learned that it was required for me to live on the property, I changed it immediately. This was not clear for me during construction. It was never explained to me, and I received the licenses, everyone knowing perfectly well that that is not where I lived. There was always fully residential use by the caretaker who lived there full time. OM is now my principal residence, and I'm getting settled there. Even though I have been spending extended time in Vancouver with my mother who suffers with Alzheimer's, and I also go away every winter for teaching an annual yoga retreat in Mexico. To conclude, I'm not a developer trying to push boundaries for a profit. I'm an artist, I'm a teacher, not to mention a grandmother with a really big family in the area. I am finally fulfilling my vision to build my dream house on a perfect property with a studio right next door, which I think a lot of artists and a lot of teachers want to have. This is a place where I can slide into my elder years, which are, by the way, a really good time for teaching and passing on knowledge. The goal for me is an inspired, peaceful, live-work environment for myself and for my family, along with a unique, small-scale healing space to share with others on a reasonable scale. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Now look to the directors. Any questions for proponents at this point? So thanks very much. I'll now excuse you from the table while we discuss it further. And Director Arbor.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Not an easy one, this one. And I do have a couple of questions for staff. And I also want to show appreciation. That was a lot of letters that came in and the care that the delegations put into their presentation, as well as the owners. So definitely we've got a fulsome picture that goes a bit beyond the report on this one. And premising my question, I guess it is unfortunate where it's at today on multiple levels, and for things like that that are more commercial, like usually even though we hear the case, it's home occupation, it is a higher level of activity than we typically see. So I just have a couple of questions, staff, on that. So when we started getting these complaints, so I just want to get the history. There's been multiple points of complaints on this property by the neighbors, right? So there's been noise bylaw, there's been number of people, there's been concerns about, I guess my question mark is, what about the actual footprint of the building is and all that? Has there been an actual concern around that? Because some of the things we heard, I'm going to discount the future plans because they're not built. The house, these things are not built. So just based on what is today on the footprint of the site, we've heard the noise and the activities, but can you repeat the concern about the actual footprints in the buildings and the usage?
Jody.
Thanks. Yes. So the regional district, we received numerous inquiries, not necessarily complaints, but also inquiries about what's being constructed, what's the intended use of properties across the valley. And in those circumstances, we do have to review the building permit files and see if what they're constructing is consistent with the regulations and and the applicant's intent. And in this case, we received numerous inquiries throughout the process throughout the last couple of years, and staff has been reviewing the plans both internally with what's submitted and with the applicants and the neighbors about what is being constructed there. And only in the owners, the neighbors do have the ability to submit formal complaints that require a little more investigation. In those cases, we do review those also.
Good, thanks for that. Might come back later if there's other yeah, I mean, it's really hard because, I mean, obviously, I'm sure for the owners, like when people undertake an activity that will be a little bit beyond what is in the zoning bylaw, it's really important to consult with staff. Like we've seen the value of it early on. I guess they're not questions I have, they're just comments now. But the fact that this escalated to fines and such, that's never a great sign. It means there's been difficulty in obtaining compliance or agreement on what is an appropriate level of activity. So it's a flag for me. I want to say, like, it's a great thing that the overall venture is wonderful. Like, there's no doubt about it. But the problem is this is a zoning bylaw issue. It's not, the activity. No matter how wonderful it is, the zoning, we have to pay attention to that. We saw when on Forbidden Plateau, we had the institute, the Healing Institute for Recovery, very compelling issue. The first thing they did was to come to this board for TUP before undertaking any activities. And they got it, and the neighbors were supportive, right? But when you start building a history over many years of neighbors saying, hey, the bylaws are not being followed, and then it results in fine, it's really difficult to consider a TUP at that point. So that's where I sit right now. I'd love to hear from my colleagues on that, but I would highlight that the zoning bylaw is very clear that residential is the primary use on RU20, right? So that's kind of black and white on paper.
Todd?
Good morning through the CEO to the chair and directors. To Director Arbor's comments about the fines. My first comment would be that staff has been working and communicating with the applicant for a number of years and numerous times, giving them warnings and meeting with the applicant before going ahead and fining. So there's been numerous correspondence and with the applicant in regards to the non-compliance to the home occupation and the commercial use that was taking place.
And Director Hardy.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I think I saw, and through the chair, I thought through one of the delegates' presentations, there was mention of a covenant that was in place prior to the TUP applicant purchasing the property. Could somebody just share with me whether there was a covenant in place prior to the TUP applicant purchasing the property, and then that covenant, I'm assuming, was still in place after the TUP applicant had purchased the property?
Yes, this property has several covenants on the title. A couple of them are geotechnical related, and this is why that Open Vista has that development pattern it does, with the significant setback of those houses and those buildings across it. They're all building in line behind a no-build area. And then there's a covenant restricting the density of the property. This only applies to two of the properties, and it is a one house only, despite zoning. So zoning allows for two houses. This covenant was put on the title as a condition of a older subdivision, an older rezoning subdivision, that restricted this property to one house only.
Thank you, thank you, Chair. And I guess it's not really a question, but again, just a couple of comments. And maybe there is a question in there, but first and foremost, I wanted to again take into consideration the first delegate that came in and spoke to health issues revolving around scoliosis, and I'm sad to hear that the delegate does have scoliosis, and I just wanted to make mention of that fact, that I get and understand the importance of these treatments with regards to trying to help folks out, whether they're from the Comox Valley or on the island or internationally. But the question I did have, I guess, is with regards to if these are commercial activities that are occurring. My initial question was whether or not these commercial activities could take place at a different forum or different area, such as like Black Creek Hall and Alders Hall. And I saw later on afterwards in other presentations that due to not being able to pursue those commercial activities at home, other alternatives with regards to renting Black Creek Hall or Alders Hall were undertaken. So that kind of answered my question there. And just a little confused again. I just hear contradictions with regards to the applicant not being on the property to sometimes being on the property. Yes, I'm a resident on the property, but I have instructors that are on the property. The use of a caretaker or the mention of a caretaker staying on the property to try and address some of the requirements with regards to being a resident. I just found that there are a lot of occupation or contradictions, increasing from 8 to 12 people on the property when stating that I'm just trying to slow down and I'm just trying to have a humble small little business, but I want to increase the business. I just felt that there's a lot of contradictions there. So I guess long story short, for me, are the activities that are being undertaken deemed to be commercial or not? And I guess that's the question that I have for the staff here right now, is what are their thoughts with regards to the activities right now? Are they commercial? And then under a temporary use permit, would they still be commercial activities or not? Based upon the zoning, et cetera. Thanks.
Yeah, the staff report makes a couple review analysis of that. Home occupation is a home-based business, so it's a small type of commercial activity that's happening when it's incidental and subordinate to a residential use. So that's one of the key aspects of having a home-based business, is it has to be the person who's living there who is operating that business. When it comes to if it came to a temporary use permit, yeah, that could be framed in a number of different ways. These temporary use permits come with terms and conditions, and it would have to be examined at that point.
Thanks very much. Seeing no other questions, I'm going to chime in. Now, when you talk about home-based business, we brought home-based business options forward, I think back in the early 2010s, at a time when a lot of our kids and friends were moving off to Alberta to make money. And we were saying, well, what can we do to encourage some financial business activity in the rural areas? Now, what we have here is something that kind of exceeds the limitations of home-based business. And so the proponent is proposing to bring forward a temporary use permit, which would be valid for 3 years, to change the scope a little bit and allow more flexibility, elbow room, I heard. The issue here, I guess, is that if this is turned down, Margaret still has the option of conducting it as a home-based business with the limitations of 3 employees and 8 people on site at one time. Unfortunately, it's been difficult for them to work within those boundaries. So what I see happening if we do refuse the TUP, it can always be applied for at a later date, should they be able to build bridges with neighbors. So it's would be denied, and then the option would be to operate a home-based business and to stay within the confines of the limitations of that. So I think that in light of the fact that we do have so many people here, that we need to deliberate this, but to err on the side of caution, because we see that there is some challenges in dealing with the with this business. Maybe we can see if they can show us that they can operate within the limitations of their zoning. But it is RE20 zoning, period. You know, it's a beautiful spot, but it wasn't purchased to be what the vision is now. It just wasn't. And it's not fair in my mind to the neighborhood to switch horses like that. So anyway, I will, Director Arbor, okay. Director Arbor, and then I'll take a vote on receipt of what we've heard.
Yeah, I think a lot of what you said, Chair, I find agreeable. But I would also note that I could see how, as an owner not familiar with rural areas, perhaps, I can give a bit of leeway on that, even though it may not change my vote. But it's interesting to me because in an area like that, if our OCP had deemed it different, like these are beautiful properties along the waterfronts that a lot of places in the world have retreats and places like that. So if the owner had purchased in Saratoga, right, on the waterfront, in the tourism zone or whatever, like there are other properties in the regional district that are perfectly acceptable for that. It's just that that zoning was set for this particular area. And I agree with Dr. Grieve that people bought there with that RU20, that primarily residential. So I'm not overly surprised to see a number of residents come say, hey, this is above what we anticipated for our neighborhood. And as you said, maybe unfair to us. But the activity itself, I really like. I think it should exist in the Comox Valley. It's just, again, unfortunate this wasn't caught earlier, the zoning issue. And I mean, it's been caught. And once it was caught, then it kept escalating, trying to find, always pushing a little bit on the boundary. So yeah, I just want to show appreciation for your comments, Dr. Grieve. Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to call the question on receipt of a report. Anyone opposed to receipt? Now, we also need to bring forward the addendum so we can bring forward all the correspondence. So I would move seconded on receipt. Any questions on receipt of all the correspondence? Anyone in favor? Anyone opposed? Carries. Now, if there's anyone in a gallery wishing to speak to this matter, we'll give you 3 minutes. What are we at? 2 minutes? We'll give you 2 minutes to surmise something at the microphone and let your thoughts be heard. Come on up to the mic and state your name, where you live. Press the button there. There we go. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Bonnie Brett, and my family has owned our home at 515 Williams Beach Road, 2 properties over from the Ohm Center, since 1970. So we've been on the road for 56 years. And in 56 years, we have never encountered something like this, where someone has moved into the neighborhood with the specific intent to start a business that was very disruptive. I'm kind of shortening my presentation here because I only have 2 minutes. In our view, the Advisory Planning Committee meeting on April 16th, the TUP applicant's agent, Mr. Greenwood, described the Ohm Center business as a small home-based business run part-time by a retired lady, and said that it would have minimal impact on the neighborhood. And in our view, this characterization is significant and deceptive understatement of the impact the center has already had on the applicant's larger long-term agenda. The descriptions, mission statement, and photographs of the Ohm Center's website all point to a wellness retreat, more like a small resort that would host not only quiet yoga classes, but intensive workshops, gatherings, dance classes, and other activities. In fact, they actually say, and more. It's the and more that is our problem. Over the past few years, we've already experienced how disruptive these activities can be, including shouting, chanting, microdosing workshops, drumming, loud thumping pop music, and dancing, on occasion quite late into the night. So it appears that the effort to acquire this TUP is an attempt to buy time so the business can more firmly entrench itself into our neighborhood. And the end goal is really to circumvent RU20 zoning completely. If you visit the site, it's completely obvious from the outset that the Ohm Center was never developed as a home. It is a commercial enterprise supported by substantial purpose-built structures, a large parking lot, all illuminated at night.
Okay, are you almost finished?
Yep.
Okay. Because in fairness to other speakers, I'm going to ask you this.
So given that the center appears to have been built by the use of permits granted on the basis of, at best, misleading or incomplete information, we shouldn't really even be here. And it begs the 2 questions. Why now would the CVRD reward flagrant disregard for the neighborhood and for the rules by granting a temporary permit that would legitimize a disruptive and deceptively established business that is already prohibited by the current zoning?
Thank you.
If the rules don't apply to everyone or only apply sometimes, then why have the rules at all? Thank you.
Thanks very much. One more time, anyone wishing to speak to this matter, please come up to the podium and state your name, where you live. And once again, you get 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, board members. My name is Bob from Bollenheit, and we are living for 32 years on our property across from Martha's property 460 Williams Beach Road on the forestry side. And we witnessed when those 2 properties actually were still one. And when there was the owner, the developer back then, put in an application to subdivide, which wasn't possible under the bylaws. And then the covenant was put on, and the regional district decided, okay, we can subdivide that property only with a single dwelling basically allowed on those properties. And the story back then was, well, the developer had a sister, and the sister wanted to live next door, and they wanted to have the property basically divided between them too. Well, after the subdivision went through, the property got sold right away to about a 5 times the value increase. So that's we are wondering and we're observing how the whole bylaw, OCP, and enforcement system actually works. Is it perfect? No. Why does it work? Because 99.9% of the residents actually don't want to violate the bylaws. They want to be in harmony, and only 0.1% of the developers actually they try to find the weak spots, the loopholes, and do whatever they want anyway. So, and I think this is the case again, and we have to ask ourselves, what is the story now? Does it rely on stories actually now that we can do and overcome those bylaws? So that's basically what we think is happening. So that's why we are opposed. We don't want to have a commercial development on that area around us. And so that's why I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other speakers? Gentleman here. Just state your name and where you live.
Hi, where do I, this button?
We're on.
Okay.
We're already on.
Oh, hi, my name is Bob Baker, and I was supposed to be a delegate, but, I guess there was a bit of a misunderstanding. Just to let you know that I was Martha's neighbor in Black Creek for 9 years, and she was considered to be a great neighbor and beloved by everyone on the road. I want to speak to the idea, and thank you for the consideration. I want to speak to the general idea of, I went to the website and saw the regional growth strategy. And I saw that health and wellness is really a pillar of that idea. And it's supposed to be, as you know, a guide for the planning. They talked about the importance of embedding health and wellness in the community and the accessibility. And they also talked about the special consideration that is really needed by the planning community and anyone involved with planning to think that it's really underserved and really needs a really special second look. I'd really like to encourage you to have a peek at that. I think that you've all had a chance to look at the letters that we saw. I have to say, I was surprised at the vehement argument against Martha's yoga retreat. I think we all saw that, and we just heard there was a lot of anger and frustration from the subdivision that was done and the covenant put on 28 years ago. I think that anger and frustration is clearly read in the letters. And I think that's been the result of so many complaints. I don't know if the planning department could talk about the number of complaints and the surveillance by the neighborhood. Is this something that's common or excessive or just regular? I'd love to hear that. I think it's excessive. And the benefit of Martha's retreat is phenomenal. I think you've read the 35 letters in support. For me, I think this yurt is a real gem in Merville. One of the letters describe it as a blight on the community. I just don't get that. I think it's pretty clear. There's been a whole lack of communication, I think, between the neighbors. And I think with the planning department, I think trying to come up with something a bit different, like a health organization, there's been just not enough clarity. And I think Martha struggled with it. I think the planning department struggled with it. And now you guys have to struggle with it. Just really give this a second look. This is a real gem. And you've heard how it benefits people It's really, really needed in the community. I need it. You know, I'm aging. I'm a client, so I really need it. So thanks so much for your consideration.
Thanks very much. Once again, is there someone wishing to speak to this matter? Please come up and state your name and where you're from.
Thank you. My name's Elaine Proder, and I live in Black Creek on Seaview Road. And I will just shorten my presentation that was submitted to try to respond to some of the concerns. I believe that this is a really important community supported endeavor, and that it should be seen as a home business. I think the footprint is actually quite minimal. I think that the accessory buildings are allowed, such as the yurt and even the carriage house. I think you have to look at what's there now and not be seduced or surprised or alarmed by a rendering of a future residence house, which is now been struck from the table. It may never happen. The scope of the current yoga activities is quite small. And I think that the request to allow slightly more clients into the yurt within an enclosed building is not significant. And it would be only 4 to 6 times a year. So in effect, a smaller amount of employment as 3 full-time employees would be. The other thing that I wanted to say, just based on my experience, is that I do live in a neighborhood of 100 properties that range from 1/4 of an acre to 3/4 of an acre. And frequently there are family reunions, events, weddings, that kind of thing. And communication happens very easily between neighbors. And if there is a concern, it's voiced directly and quickly. For example, loud music being a concern, and that is resolved very quickly. So it's unfortunate that this issue has come to the CVRD, where in fact I think that the request for a temporary permit allowance is really quite reasonable. Certainly mistakes have been made, but I don't believe that those are going to occur again. I can vouch for the character of the applicant in having known her for several years and have been her client, and having attended some of these gatherings at home.
If I could get you to.
Including the one in January.
Fine.
Thank you, Mr. Grieve.
Thank you.
That I had the opportunity to talk to some of the neighbors and offered to introduce one person in particular to Martha so that they could have a conversation. And that was refused. So I really think it's unfortunate that that kind of animosity now exists. But I do believe that in looking at the facts of the scope of the ask, is that it's not unreasonable, and there are assurances that none of the infractions that have occurred in the past will occur again.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
In fairness to other speakers, I'm going to ask if anybody else wishes to speak to the matter. State your name and where you live, please.
Hi there. My name is Jason Trist. I'm from Black Creek, Ployer Road. I'm a friend of Martha and a lot of the people that are here. I have attended events at Martha's studio, and I got to tell you, the overall vibe that people bring is one of peace and appreciation. And most of the people that come there really have an understanding of the area and making sure that the neighbors aren't disrupted. And I find that this lack of communication has probably brought a lot of problems, and it's really easy for us to take a microscope and look at somebody and make lots of assumptions, look at things online and find discrepancies in what they believe they're being told versus actually just getting together and having a good conversation. And I know Martha actually had provided a time for people to come and see what she was doing at the property. And it's really shocking when you know the intention of the person and what they're trying to do, and they're trying to provide for the community and do it in a really respectful manner. And I can tell you during the family event that she had, that ended up being loud in volume, that she was the first person to mention the neighbors and the care of the area and to be like, hey, we need to bring this down. So she really does care about her neighbors. She does care about people. It's obvious with everything that she does. So I believe really looking at this and giving it an opportunity to be what it is that she's actually requesting is reasonable. It's a home-based business. I don't think she's expecting this to crank up to commercial problems that you would experience in the residential area. She really appreciates the property that you all share. And I really think you should take some time to speak to her and really understand what's going on. And please don't make assumptions. Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks very much. I'm going to ask for speakers one more time.
We good to go here? Yeah. So my name is Bob Egglestone. I am at 519 Williams Beach Road. I've heard a lot of things about neighbors here, and there aren't many neighbors. I don't consider somebody from the lady with scoliosis. Where did you say you live, ma'am? That's not a neighbor to me. That's a resident of the valley or Courtney. We are the neighbors. We are those that are affected. It's not about the validity of what Martha's attempting to do. I have a daughter who.
Point of order.
Carry on.
Direct your comments to the chair and to the board.
Okay.
Thank you.
I have a daughter that teaches yoga. She has got a master's in yoga, and she does not attempt to do that out of her home in Royston. It's a very, what Martha's doing is a very beautiful thing, and I can support it. I cannot support it where it is. It contravenes the bylaws and is damaging to our neighborhood in the view of those that live there. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Once again, I ask for any comments from the gallery. Anyone wishing to speak to this matter? Ask a second time. Anyone want to speak to this matter? Now asking for a third and final time. Seeing no one, I'd like to thank you all so very much for participating in this great Canadian democratic exercise. We're so lucky we don't get carted off to the gulag in Siberia for saying things. Okay, we have dispensed with all of the receipt, and we're ready to move towards the recommendation. If any of the directors want to put it forward or amend it, or Director Arbor.
Thanks, Chair. Before I move a motion, I'd just like to, there was some good comments from the last people to speak, and I just want to provide kind of my thoughts on them. Gentlemen talked about health and wellness and the RGS, and yes, absolutely, we're aware of the opportunities and needs in the Comox Valley, and that is why sometimes the decision, it's really helpful when people come early. I provided the example in Forbidden Plateau, but there's also more recent examples of people coming a bit early, even when there's one complaint or two complaints, like I'm thinking Smith Lake Farm and things like that. Like, you can find a path, but ultimately what people have said is also true, that a lot of our bylaw compliance relies on the neighbors for them to feel happy in their neighborhood and feeling like the activities around them are okay. When they don't, you need to seriously listen to that, because otherwise that's how we end up here. And I think there was, yes, miscommunication, but I also heard that number of years ago there was concerns expressed and the severity was brought in. So this is multi-year. So again, we do rely on neighbors getting along really well for things to work out in the rural areas. There's no doubt about it. And the last thing I'd clarify is it's at TUP, there was a couple of comments around is, it would be precedent setting. I often speak on that. It's not precedent setting. Nothing we do in those applications. It's really case by case. And it's definitely a matter of privilege to get a temporary use permit or a zoning amendment. And for this table, typically we look at like the immediate neighbors is very important in that consideration. And I would highlight in the RGS sense, in the broader sense, we will do an OCP next term and review all of our zonings and zoning bylaws. So if maybe not this neighborhood, but another neighborhood could be saying, hey, our properties, we want to be like Saratoga and be more commercial and have, or we want to be more like this, right? So those opportunities happen every 10 years or so. But saying all that, unfortunately, while I really value the work that's being done there, I think I agree with Dr. Grieve that many of the activities can continue to happen under the home occupation. And on that basis, and based on the concerns from neighbors, I would move the recommendation to deny this TUP, which would extend that home occupation permit.
Motion is moved. Is it seconded?
I'll second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Call the question on the motion. Anyone opposed? That carries. Thank you all very much. We're going to take a short recess and see if we can let you all find your way back. Okay, we're gonna get going again. So I ask that everyone either take a seat or go enjoy the beautiful sunshine. We're gonna go on to 17. Just wait for Director Arbor to soak his tea bag. There we go. So I would entertain a motion to vary the agenda and bring forward item 17, RCMP annual performance planning. Moved and seconded on 17, and I'm gonna welcome Inspector Mercer. I can see you're an old hand at this. You know which button to press.
Well, thank you for inviting me and having me here for the board to discuss the intention of our detachment this year and what we're looking to do with the community with respect to our service delivery and policing priorities. Last year, I had the benefit of doing several town halls as well as sitting in front of this board and asking what they felt that the priorities of this community should be with respect to policing. And this year is going to be no different, other than I've at least provided a presentation to kind of build on some of my talking points, and then afterwards maybe having some clarifying questions with this particular board as to what they would like to see for, or at least identify what they feel is the priorities of their communities in respective electoral areas. So without further ado, I'll move straight into the presentation itself. So slide 1 looks at the boundaries here, and the presentation shows Comox Valley RCMP calls for service and file data in areas defined by the Comox Valley Regional District boundaries for electoral areas and municipalities. So what we find is there's a bit of a difference between you're defining borders for areas that you oversee versus our jurisdictional boundaries, or where the legislated provincial defined locations are for us to draw our data from. So when we're presenting to this particular board, we really have to go through the data that we have and kind of tease out to the respective areas, just so that we can bring the information to you. It's a little more complex. I do have my intelligence analyst here to assist me if there's any specific questions that I can't resolve myself, and I might look to her as my lifeline as I'm struggling here. So slide 2 speaks to the calls for service. So as we can see here, there's 3 representative years. There's 2024, 2025, and 2026. We're at the onset of the 2026 year, where we're only going from January up to April. But as we can see from the previous years and this year, is that the CVRD data is trending upwards. That being that there was a 6% increase in calls for service in 2025 compared to 2024. We're seeing a similar increase for the first part of 2026 compared to 2025 in our January to April area there. 2026 increases are in the Puntledge and Black Creek, Area C, as well as Lazo North, Area B. This slide is just a comparison between municipalities. So Courtney is seeing a calls for service increase in 2026 compared to 2025, while it's lower than some points than in 2024. And the town of Comox, you can see that there's no real distinctive change between the years of 2024 to 2025, or 2024 to 2026, but you can see the disproportionate amount of calls for service broken down between the 2 municipalities. And this is just more for context when we talk about the CVRD versus the other municipalities. Even though CVRD has a large population base. It's spread out, whereas Courtney is higher and more dense, and the town of Comox, again, it has a dense area. These are generally where we have a lot of our calls for service when it comes to our detachment, and then the CVRD is probably secondary to these ones as well. The Village of Cumberland. So the Village of Cumberland is incorporated within our CVRD data, but it's drawn out and distinctive from the information that we're presenting here today. So beginning of 2026, we're seeing a large increase in the calls for service compared to January of 2024 and 2025. Data is dipping below these other years as we move from February to April. Cumberland produces one of the largest areas for calls for service compared to the other electoral areas. Area A, Denman and Hornby for the calls for service. It started lower than other years in 2024 and 2025, but in 2026, it's starting to trend upwards, in which it's higher than 2024. Area B started higher at the beginning of than the other years and is now starting to trend lower. Puntledge and Black Creek is definitely our more higher call volume area, statistically the same as other years, but Area C produces the most calls for us annually when it comes to a service. This is broken down by property crime per CVRD area. So as you can see, comparison-wise, the city of Courtney and the town of Comox are higher. Puntledge and Black Creek, Area C being the third highest, followed by the Village of Cumberland, Lazo North, and Area A. Property crime broken down for CVRD. So the ones that are probably relevant to this discussion here today is Bain Sound, so Area A. The top problems are mischief to property and frauds. Lazo North will be frauds and mischief to property, and Puntledge Black Creek will be mischief to property and frauds. Now, when we talk about the types of frauds that we're seeing, it's not your traditional check frauds or anything like that. So these are more techno-based, more sophisticated in the sense that they use it's an online fraud. So our Kijiji, e-transfers, sweetheart scams, sextortion scams, as well as cryptocurrency is a big one that's affecting. These aren't specific to any age demographic, and they're seen as this sort of increase in frauds is seen as representative across all spectrums when it comes to the greater cities as well as the rural. So it's not just specific to the CVRD. For violent crime, Puntledge and Black Creek has the highest number of violent crime in the CVRD in 2026. So again, comparison-wise, we're seeing the city of Courtney and town of Comox having higher calls, and then Puntledge and Black Creek is third on this list. The types of violent crime broken down. So Area A is harassment and assaults. Lazo North is assault and uttering threats, and Puntledge and Black Creek Area C is assaults and harassment. Assaults generally fall within that family violence or domestic violence category that we see. Same with harassment and uttering threats. So that is the end of the presentation that I have. If there's some points that I can address that on these slides, I'm happy to take questions before I move on to the next topic.
Sure. Thank you very much, Scott. Any questions from the directors? Is there more?
No.
Director Arbor.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation, and it's interesting to see the rise of online frauds, and I guess that's definitely not something this committee has highlighted before or that we have heard too much about. So until your presentation, so it's good to have that awareness, and maybe I have some curiosity about how you go about addressing that. You know, whether you have to rely on specialized teams or whether in the department here, you have a way to try to address it. I'd be curious on that. And then, well, I'll let you speak on that, and then we'll move to the other questions.
Sure. It presents challenges and complexities. I would say that the greatest tool that we have right now is awareness of these frauds and scams, the ability to get it out there and educate the public in terms of what to expect, how it's easy to be lured into it. I even educate my own family members as well as my father. Like I said, it's not age specific, that they often present themselves as legitimate interests from, under the scope or guise of business or people that are manipulating their representation to seem like they're someone other than they're not. Especially when we find them into the more intimate and relationship things where people are trying to engage online. They feel like they're being heard or talking to a real individual that understands what they're expressing in that particular moment. And these are persons that become a target-rich environment for some of these scams because they get you to do things that you think that you're conversing with a real person and you're entering into a relationship with them, when in fact all they're doing is trying to collect information and utilize that against you. You can't really correct human behavior in that fashion. I mean, people will tend to provide more information than what they necessarily think that they would if it was a stranger on the street. If we create an atmosphere where we can educate the people around it to identify what these scams look like and what they're trying to do, and be a little more online safe when it comes to the handling of your personal information, I think is the best strategy to start off with. We're trying to move towards greater awareness of that through the community, through presentations. We have some staff at our detachment that are able to educate the public on that. We're learning as we go along too, because these scams tend to evolve, and sometimes it takes more of these things to happen and more prevalent within society before they fall into our camps where we become educated and we're able to prevent them. But I mean, I can say that since I've been a commander here, we've seen an increase and rise in these types of online frauds, scams. People are losing a lot of money, especially when it comes to cryptocurrency. These aren't, a couple $100. We're talking hundreds of thousands of dollars that people are losing, and that's an entire, people's livelihoods. And it's really sad. As far as what we can do from an enforcement perspective, again, the challenges present themselves is that these are internationally based. They're not some mom and pop criminal organization that's opening up down the road. There's jurisdictional boundaries, there's international boundaries, and sometimes they're really good at hiding their internet track. So and they don't operate with cryptocurrency through standard financial institutions. So the traditional means of trying to investigate, we sometimes hit a roadblock. We only have so much capacity locally at the detachment as well to handle these. So if it is a crime that we feel that there is some ability for us to try and deal with through support of enforcement agencies, whether it's internationally or domestically, we try and utilize that. But I would say that we're probably batting less than 500 when it comes to successful apprehension of these individuals. It's so profitable, it's so easy, and because the allure of just everyone having their phone, it's really hard to police. I'm not trying to, put a doom and gloom scenario to it, but when it comes to these scams, sometimes they're evolving faster than we can keep up. So from a local perspective, it's incredibly challenging. The only thing that we can really do is start with the education awareness and then work from there. Sometimes we catch a break, but more often than not, we don't. That's why we tell people at the forefront, please do not give any information, do not give any financial information, do not press accept unless you're going to meet that person in person. Don't do it to begin with. It's just not worth the loss.
Okay, that's great. The emphasis.
Put it in the trash file.
Yeah.
Should I come back on the mic later?
We'll let Director Hardy. Oh, he's okay. Okay.
Okay. The other two are much more tangible, I guess. One is persistent, and I don't know if that was you that was here last time, but we have an encampment at Buckley Bay that's been there for some time in that parking lot across Buckley Bay. So I've noticed in recent months that it's actually increased when I think our goal was to decrease the amount of it's a full village now, basically, and I know I hear from residents about it, and I'm sure you probably hear it too, so I'd love an update. The other one was trying to understand your speed checks better, like your strategy, because we continue to have multiple deaths on Highway 19A, both north and south. I often see you on the big highway, like on 19, when I drive south. And I rarely see accidents on the big highway, even though people might be speeding. So I'm just wondering how you make those allocations and decisions around where you put the speed traps. It seems like 19A could use a lot more speed trapping because that's probably what's going to help change the culture. Because right now the culture is not changing, and we keep seeing serious accidents every year. So two different things: the encampment and the speeds, and that would be it for me today.
Well, thank you. I'll address the speed trapping one first. So what I can do is I can make a better outreach to our BC Highway Patrol and identify the concerns with 19A. Largely, my detachment deals with municipal traffic. That's what we have our own unit for. That's not to say that we don't have the ability as general duty members to go out and set up an initiative. Traffic safety is definitely going to be one of the main priorities that's been identified, not just in the past, but I foresee it rolling over this year as well, especially for the rural areas. So looking to do more joint task force initiatives with BC Highway Patrol, as well as commercial, and then ourselves to work in these areas. We need the feedback from the community to know exactly where these areas that we need to set up. Largely our focus gets drawn into the municipal areas with our busier roadways like Cliff Ave, Ryan Road, Back Road, Lerwick. But you're right, we do need to do a better job of being out into the rural area when it comes to highways and such. And I would like to work with the community to try and resolve some of those outstanding issues.
One more, Director.
Yeah, just a comment or feedback again, not an expert in this space, but I would say for Cliff, you have accidents. Yes, we had a mortal accident on Ryan Road, cyclist and a pedestrian, but I think I would expect you see a higher rate of mortality in the rural areas than in town, because in town the speed might be 60, so people might be speeding at 70.
Right.
In rural area, people, the speed might be 70, 80, and people are going 100, 110. That's why we're seeing that's, and for me, I would encourage greater focus, because the loss of life is like really catastrophic to both, the families and people like that. Whereas in the municipality, yeah, there's still accidents, but
For sure.
so that's just my feedback. And of course, I'm a rural director. So
When it comes to the encampment, I will have to go back to my detachment and pull up some of the recent complaints surrounding it. It does concern me that we now have what you describe as a village out there, and I'll take a greater interest and see what I can get for information back as far as what we're doing.
Director Hardy?
Thanks, Chair. Through the chair, again, thank you, Inspector, for you and your team with regards to the community service and protection that you do for us in all of our communities. I just wanted to say thank you. I don't think we do that enough for the people that protect us. So again, thanks. I'm just wondering, I appreciate your presentation here today. I'm just wondering if there's maybe some time for you to maybe share a little bit about the pilot project that your detachment is working on with regards to social workers traveling in RCMP vehicles right now.
Yeah, no, thank you for bringing that up. So back in September of 2025, we initiated a pilot project with the city of Courtenay to address some of the rising mental health concerns that we're having, not just in the municipalities itself, but also in the rural area. I can say since taking command 2 years ago that the concern for mental health has gone up. The calls for service have gone up. The check well-beings have gone up. And there has to be a change of how we approach these things from a law enforcement perspective. I'm not creating anything new with this pilot project. The mental health car has been around as late as the 70s with the Vancouver Police Department. And we've seen a similar model rolled out throughout the island as well as the Lower Mainland. Fashioning a similar concept, I formed a partnership with Island Health for a mobile integrated crisis response unit. We call it MICRE for short. And what this does is that it incorporates a police officer that is trained and specialized in mental health, as well as an Island Health resource. And we have the privilege of having a psychiatric nurse that is paired with our police officer, so that when a call for service comes in that has a person that's experiencing a mental health crisis, or there's a mental health concern that's acute in nature, our officers in uniform will attend first. They'll make sure that the scene is safe, and then they'll introduce the micro car into that environment. And what this does is it gives the individual that's experiencing a crisis an opportunity to talk and have a discussion with this specialized team. It gives us the ability to properly assess in real time with a health resource in that moment to determine whether a person needs to maybe go and see a doctor at the hospital, or maybe connect with their health team, or something as simple as ensuring that their medication is filled. What we're seeing within just a 6-month window is not only just the need and use of this pilot project, but it's opening up other pathways that neither the RCMP or Island Health anticipated in terms of serving clientele within this area. The pilot that I presented to the city of Courtenay showed that there was about a 75% work being done within the city of Courtenay, and then the rest of the work was being done in the surrounding municipalities as well as the rural area. We've had an incredible amount of success, not only just rolling the project out, but support as well when it comes to this. And we're engaging with the city as far as the extension of this pilot project and what potential resourcing we can put forward to make this a long-term reality for here.
Yeah, thanks, Karen, and thanks for enlightening us on this pilot project. I'm just wondering again, maybe at a later time, for example, we could maybe get a more fulsome report regarding what the cost of the project would be for the year, and further understanding what the cost benefits are to the RCMP detachment. I'm assuming that based upon this particular pilot project and the activities that are undertaken from this, is that at the end of the day, there's a benefit to our community members, but also there's a benefit to the RCMP with regards to the cost, the resources for a particular activity, if it's RCMP related, or if we're going under this particular project. There's probably a cost benefit to the RCMP by having this particular service instead of going back to the old school service. And I'm just kind of curious about, if a report could be developed that provides us with that information. Where I'm going with all this is, again, understanding some of the CBRD services that we have in place with regards to homelessness, et cetera. If there's a means of looking at these services as a means to providing some cost dollars for that service, if we're looking at it from a rural perspective as well as a municipal perspective.
Yeah, there is definitely a shared benefit here outside of just the holistic benefits that we're providing the people that we're treating, or at least responding to. There is if we were looking by numbers, I don't have the data in front of me, that we did see a positive impact in terms of reduced time that officers are spending at the hospital for the admission of people. Say when someone is apprehended underneath the Mental Health Act, they're brought to the local hospital for a physician to assess them. Like everything else in the public health system, you're on their time when it comes to admission, and that means that a uniformed officer is tied up at the hospital and unable to do the calls for service. So if we have a team that's dedicated towards that, they have an ability to streamline to get us into the hospital at certain times faster, depending upon the circumstances that we have with the individual in the field. So we're seeing those hours being returned back to the detachment for people to respond for calls of service, as well as be out and do a proactive enforcement within the community. And I can't recall, just I think it was off the top of my head, I think we're saving up towards about 60 to 70 hours within that that 6-month period. The less tangibles associated to it in terms of the connections that we're making within the community to everyone that's working within this mental health space. Some of the concerns were, well, aren't we just duplicating the work that other people are doing? I view that, and I've made this reference a number of times to various leadership, is that I view this as to be a very large sandbox, right? And it's a very large problem. And there's not just one solution when it comes to mental health. It's got to be a variety of contributing partners to try and reduce the impact of this. And it's not to stigmatize people that have mental health, but understand that everyone's needs are different. These calls for service are happening to the police regardless or not. We're getting calls. We're the first line when it comes to 911. So we're being introduced into this space. What I'm trying to determine is which is the best use of resources to respond to those calls. Is it going to be a uniform that's going to go and deal with someone? Well, then you're not really addressing the mental health side of it. You're just dealing with the crisis and the public safety side of it, right? But then there's this whole other component. And what we were seeing is that people that are being connected to their health teams, to the hospitals, when they are dysregulating, we're starting to see a decrease in the amount of repeat people that we're dealing with on the street. And it's because the ability to get them and provide this wraparound support that wasn't there before, the ability to get there in sooner and proactively go out there has made a huge impact. And I would actually invite my two representatives, Constable Greg Hall and Tara Whiten, who's the psychiatric nurse, to maybe have an opportunity to appear before this board so that they can explain in better detail as far as how they're introduced and what they're seeing from their perspective and what they're having as an opportunity to make an impact on their community.
Well, I would suggest that they actually come and make a presentation to the entire board. That way you get Comox, Courtney, Cumberland, and all three electoral areas in one swoop. Yeah, I guess, as you say, society's changing and policing is changing too. I know that in Alberta, they did something recently where they kind of saved the officers some of their time by delegating more to sheriff's offices and whatever, and then highway patrol took care of the highway. So I imagine that's something that is looked at in BC as well. But my question is more to staff. Often hear from our municipal cohorts that we're getting a free ride for policing because they pay a certain fixed amount, and we are basically at the pleasure of the province. How does it exactly does that work? Maybe the CA can chime in. I mean, I know that we don't have a line item for policing, so.
Yeah, that's correct. So the municipalities, I believe there's some population thresholds above which municipalities contribute a certain percent towards the local detachment expenses and costs. And I don't have the detail on that. What I can say is that in the rural areas, there is not a line item specifically for regional district taxes, but there are taxes collected through provincial means. And so rural properties and rural residents are contributing to RCMP costs through those provincial means. But it's not part of that formula I mentioned around the population thresholds for municipalities.
Well, I think that would play towards Director Hardy's comment about paying for extra support through some of our services. If we go into the care car kind of a scenario.
Well, I think what we can do towards that is strong advocacy for this type of programming, to talk to BC RCMP about the need for this type of resource for your community, right? And that in of itself raises the questions to my higher ups as to where to place provincial bodies whenever resourcing comes up annually. on these things because that is something that is discussed. I believe it's a committee that actually decides as far as where police officers go. But continued advocacy, awareness of the issues that are at hand and stressing the urgency of it. We can provide the supportive data to show our work in these spaces. But there's also another component to this car outside of policing that you can consider, and that's Island Health. Island Health is provincially funded, right? So they also need the funding and support for a additional health resource to make this initiative a reality, right? So it's not just policing that we have to consider, but it's the other side. Currently, right now, this pilot project is being supplemented by in-house resources currently. So we have one resource, a police resource that is being utilized for this project, as well as the Comox Valley Hospital Crisis Support Unit is also allocating an internal resource to staff this car. We don't know the sustainability of that in the long term. Currently, we're trying to make it work, but that's why we're looking at funding options to look at extending the life of this pilot project. So it's a long-term thing because with every resource, it's if you tie it up with say another thing, and this is a full-time job. Like this isn't something that we're operating off the side of our desk. These roles and responsibilities are full-time, and our car is super busy. Like I was really surprised. Like I knew they were going to be busy, but I didn't think they were going to be this busy to the point where I want to see 2 police officers and 2 health resources to meet all the calls for service that we're utilizing this car for.
Director Arbor?
Yeah, that's good. And I would say it is 30% that all electoral areas pay towards the cost of RCMP. So we're considered at the same rate as municipalities under 5,000. And we know Cumberland's about past that threshold, where unusual in BC because we have very large electoral areas. So we are free riding in the sense of not having long past each of us the 5,000 threshold. At the same time, I would say the stats seem to indicate that most of the action is still in Courtenay and the municipalities. So there is some inequity on the financial contributions, but on level of service, it seems to pan out, so to speak. But we should know that because that's actually on the tax bill. It's just not through CVRD as a COA. It's in line that says provincial contribution, for policing costs on our tax bills.
And we don't do standalone policing for respective areas. We take an integrated approach for our policing model here respective municipalities in the province are responsible for their own contract needs. I then utilize these resources in the manner that I feel it's appropriate to ensure that we have equitable policing across the board, right? So everyone's contributing. There's always a discussion as to who can be contributing more, but I don't think that's a conversation that we'll have today.
And Director Hardy?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And I know we're getting on in time here. I liked your idea with regards to, again, the RCP coming to the Comox Valley Regional District Board and giving a presentation on the pilot project. I'm hopeful that when the presentation does come forward would be the costs associated with maintaining this particular project moving forward. Is it $1 million? Is it $10 billion? Whatever that fee is, and understand that there's different jurisdictions that fall within this project. RCMP, Island Health, other organizations, and what those contributions would be. And then again, just trying to understand what services that we have in place today that might be able to provide some resources towards the project moving forward. And if we don't, then I guess that would be another conversation that we'd have to have within the board itself. Thanks.
I would definitely support that. Any other questions? Well, I'd like to thank Scott Mercer for appearing and answering these questions so aptly. And we didn't even need to rely on the statistician out there to get the actual statistics. We're kind of broad brush here, just more or less is fine. So
I will touch base on just one final matter there, if you wouldn't mind. So last year's community priorities that were identified by the CVRD was traffic safety, police visibility, mental health, and property crime. for us to develop our annual performance plan for this year, I am asking each and respective community as far as if they want to add on to that list, if they want to change or amend, or if they want to continue to roll over those same priorities, if they feel it's just as important this year as it was last year.
I'll turn to the directors, Director Harbour first.
Well, I am responsive to good data, and we heard that fraud is actually a number of calls for you. So I think fraud prevention and education should be added to the list just based on the reality that you're getting a lot of calls on it.
Okay.
We don't need to make a motion on that, do we? Just a direction. Well, I was at a municipal financial authority meeting a few years back, and they had one of the head IT guys from the Ministry of Health, and explained how they were hacked and how they figure the perpetrator took almost a year to navigate its way around the system until he found the finance department and found the right codes and actually transferred multi-million dollars into somewhere in Eastern Europe. And by the time they didn't find out about it, they came to work the next Monday morning and all the computers were jammed up. So they knew they'd been had, but the chances of getting that money back was basically nil. It was gone. So they had to scrap all their mainframe and everything else and run everything on Apple computers they bought at Future Shop for a while. So yeah, it's hard to win that one. It is. So anyway, thank you very much. And certainly appreciate it. And we look forward to it. Look forward to maybe having a presentation at the board level coming up sometime soon.
That'd be great. Thank you.
So receive it. Let's receive that as information. And Director Hardy says yes, and I'll second it. And anybody opposed? That carries. Are we going to fill our plates first and do a working, or just plow through a little bit? We got people here. Okay, ready. We'll go back to number 2. Electoral. There we go. Number 3, I should say. Electoral Area C development permit, commercial form and character for Ham Road, Nuka Marine Adventures. Report for receipt. And over to staff.
Yeah, Jody McLean will be introducing again this report. Jody's our senior planner. Jody, over to you.
Thank you. Through the chair to the directors, I joined the table here with the agent, Marius McDonald, the architect of the project. So this is a development permit. To issue a development permit, the CVRD must be satisfied with what is proposed is sufficiently addressing the development permit guidelines. And the CVRD does have development permit guidelines for development of commercial and industrial properties. These guidelines are oriented around maintaining rural character while integrating some commercial industrial type development into existing rural communities compatible with their neighbors. In this case, we have a corner lot on Ham and Macaulay Road. It was created through a rezoning in the subdivision back in 2018 and it's cleared of vegetation. The new owners are now trying to develop it with a new commercial building. To address the guidelines, building drawings, site plans, landscaping, and a rainwater management plan have all been provided. And they only address the western half of the lot. The other half is to remain undeveloped at this time. Their designed approach has a public-facing side to the building fronting both Ham and Macaulay Road, with road entrances and parking from both. The landscaping plan will see hydro seeding grass on those frontages, separated from the parking lot by a garden area planted with shrubs and trees. Addressing the property to the north, they intend to install a solid metal fence along that property line. That northern property had its own development permit issued several years ago with landscaping commitments, ground cover, tall grasses, and some trees. But that is yet to be implemented, but it would be generally consistent with the landscaping being proposed here. Appendix A has the draft development permit. It accepts the building design, the landscaping measures, and the updated rainwater management plan. So, Mr. Chair, if you allow it, the agent, architect Maris McDonald, is here in attendance and can elaborate for you.
Welcome.
Thank you very much. So this is a two-story building that Nooka Marine Headquarters is planning to put at this location. It's a nice little kind of commercial hub that's starting to develop there. It's a perfect location for them to act as a commercial hub as well for their own operations. So the facility is 9,000 square foot in building area, 13,000 square foot total in gross floor area. It houses several kind of industrial bays for storage of goods and foods for the operations out in Nooka Sound. Also a couple of vehicle bays to store equipment. And then it also facilitates office space for Nooka Marine and all their employees with kind of future expansion area within the building itself as well. And then a caretaker suite, just to kind of monitor everything on the site. The site's been divided into two just for kind of future development of the site, maybe with Nooka Marine itself, or maybe as a future subdivided lot. But the plan kind of keeps that in mind, making sure that we're kind of keeping site access to a minimum, allowing for kind of parking lot growth or other buildings that could be developed on the site. We've kept the forming character kind of, fire smart steel cladding, but definitely trying to bring in some wood tones. There's lots of really good products out there nowadays that are non-combustible, but still bring a little bit of warmth to the building. And then kind of flow through for the site to ensure that traffic for the building can flow through the site in one direction or the other. And if you have any other questions, I'm happy to answer.
Director Arbor.
No, I think it all looks good to me. It's good use of the site. My only comment is we just opened the affordable housing on Hornby last week, and it's kind of resembles those buildings. And personally, I'm from back east. I can't wait until British Columbia is done with their black era. Like, we're doing so many black buildings right now, and I actually despise it myself. It's a personal preference. But I like colorful houses, and in the Maritimes and stuff, I think we could use more colors in our lives. Otherwise, the whole thing looks good, and I'm also happy. I'm not dissing our affordable housing on Hornby. I was like, oh yeah, black and gray is the word right now in our society, right? So otherwise, yeah, great location. Everything you said makes sense. It's a perfect location for them and a commercial hub. So perfect.
I respect that comment a lot. The color, yeah.
Well, it's definitely an improvement from what's there right now, isn't it? I know the previous owner clear cut the place and it didn't go over well with the community. But yeah, I kind of agree with Director Arbor's comments. It's that minimalistic kind of black, or inside is all that Euro shelves and white everything. It kind of makes you yawn. It makes me want to go back to the days of burnt orange and avocado green. Anyway, the one thing that I think you might have heard at my advisory panel meeting was the fact that that one of my directors who lives on off Macaulay Road wanted to know when there's going to be a Starbucks so he can pick up a coffee when he goes through. So, but I do know that you at one point were thinking about having some residential above, and then that was not part of the final.
It is still part of the final. There's a caretaker suite there. Yeah.
Okay, just one suite then.
Yeah, but that's all we're permitted in the building too. So.
Okay, so that would at least help. Yeah. All right. Well, thanks very much. Well, excuse you for the table while we vote on receipt. So on receipt of the report, anybody opposed? That carries. Recommendation. On the recommendation, any more discussion on that? On the recommendation, anybody opposed? That also carries. 4, Electoral Area B, Development Permit, Commercial Form and Character for Anderson Road, report for receipt. Moving second on receipt and back over to Jody.
Thank you. This is another file for another commercial form and character development permit. In this case, we have a corner lot on Anderton and Ryan Road. It was developed with a gas station and a convenience store back in 2002 under the same commercial development permit guidelines. They're adding a new building, a small store to the side of so a new development permit is now required. To address the guidelines, the building drawing, site plans, landscaping, and rainwater management plan have all been considered and provided. So this approach here integrates the building into the existing development. So the site design and the parking circulation on the lot as it exists will remain unaffected. And it is consistent with the previously approved landscaping plan. It did require a new approach to rainwater management, which is accounted for with a new system being designed by a professional engineer. The property abuts a residential neighbor, a house to the east, and applicants acknowledge this and are responding with screening measures, some solid metal fencing, solid fencing, I think it's wooden fencing, immediately behind the building. The draft development permit is in Appendix A of your package. It accepts the building design and screening and landscaping measures and the updated rainwater management plan. So, Mr. Chair, I don't see the agents or applicants in the attendance here today, but staff is here to answer any questions.
And questions there are. Dr. Arbor.
There's that black again, but I'm actually quite happy to see this one come forward. I understand from my teenage son that none of the kids under 18 have been able to access the convenience store for a number of years because they have the vape shop inside the gas station. So it's been a huge detriment to that whole area to not have kids being able to go in the store. And I think having the vape shop separate will allow kids to go back and get candy or pop or whatever they want. So good news.
I did not know that. So you can't even access food if there's a vape shop. Any other discussion before we vote on receipt? So I'm going to call the question on receipt. Anyone opposed? That carries. Recommendation attached. Moving second on the recommendation. Further discussion on that? Seeing none on the recommendation. Anyone opposed to that? It also carries. Number 5, Electoral Area B, Temporary Use Permit TUP 1B26. Moving second on receipt. And over to Don.
No, actually, I'd like to introduce Odessa Cohen. Odessa is our senior planner and has been with us for, I think, about a few weeks now, anyways. And Odessa will be introducing this this report. So over to you.
There you go. Welcome.
Good afternoon to the board and the CAO. I just wanted to let them know that I do have an additional letter here from a member of the public that should be distributed to the board members. And I believe I need to give that to the folks over there. That was unfortunately just received late, early this morning. So through the CAO to the chair and committee members, I would like to invite the applicants, Suzanne and Kevin Cooper, to join me at the table here so you guys can go and take a seat. So staff have received a temporary use permit application for 387 Wireless Road to rent out the properties, landscape gardens to photographers and artists through a service establishment use. The subject property is currently zoned CR1 and developed with a principal dwelling unit, secondary dwelling, and accessory outbuildings. The CR1 does not permit service establishment as a use, and so the TUP has been applied for. The owners are proposing to rent access to their property's landscape gardens as settings for photographers to use it as a nature bridal party or prom photos, as well as artists such as painters or photographers and arts-related clubs, for example, some of the school clubs that are in the community. The owners live in the principal dwelling and intend to stay there during the time of the TUP. And the owners have noted that they plan to operate for up to about 16 hours per week during the spring, summer, and fall, and then reduce hours to 8 hours per week in the winter, with a maximum of 25 people per rental session. The APCB has reviewed this file on May 4th of this year and provided support for the application. Please be advised that all the adjacent properties within 100 meters of the parcel have been notified via mail through the TUP request and have been given the opportunity to comment prior to the application going forward to this committee. Mailings went out on April 29th, 2026, and newspaper ads were also in the local record on April 29th and May 6th. Staff have received correspondence for this file. As of May 8th, 8 letters have been received from 7 neighbors adjacent to the subject lands, all of which are in opposition. No letters of support have been received. Staff are providing recommendation of approval for the following reasons. The dense gardens and forests are expected to provide adequate visual and noise buffering between properties based on the areas of the property that are used for the photography. Parking is to be made entirely on-site with no off-street parking permitted. The owners live and intend to maintain residency on the property for the term of the TUP if approved. The applicant is also providing limited hours and group sizes with the intent to reduce noise, traffic, and activity on the property within the scope of the proposed use. And the applicant is not proposing to host large parties or events, and rentals are limited to those small groups for photography and art-related activities. Thank you.
Thank you. Any thoughts from the directors? Any questions? Do we want to let the proponent speak? You folks want to say a few words? Just press that little button. I'll turn your microphone. Go.
And we've gotten a lot of feedback from neighbors as well. And I think what was presented and went out is much greater than I think what we have planned to do. And there's been a lot lost in translation in terms of sizes specifically. What we are really focused on is, and I want to say not bridal parties, maybe bridal related activities would be a better way of putting it. We are really aiming for small photography, basically graduation, engagement, family photos, those types of things for the 99% of what we want to do. So groups of really 8 and under, there's kind of 2 parts to this. You know, family shows up in their car, photographer shows up, they wander around the property. We have the advantage of having a suite that's accessible for wrangling kids into nice clothing or changing diapers or putting stuff down. That's the majority of it. And I've sent Odessa as well some information on really clarifying that larger number. We would really like to do, I think, outreach to such groups really not more than 4 times a year, because that would max us out. And we do have a septic tank and we're quite aware of the quietness of the neighborhood. So what we're really looking for, and so the larger number was really related to outreach uses because it's a neat place. It's been a part of the community for years and has many groups out there. Part of this is that we want to ensure that if we do have outreach groups there, we're covered by insurance. I know with a business, we're able to, and a letter of permission, we're able to get that type of insurance. So that's kind of what's behind both parts of that proposal. As I said, I think we've managed to clarify a lot of concerns with the input we received from the letters and others. We asked people to please let us know their concerns. We really want to look at hours of approximately 10 to 6, reducing those, the closing time as the sun starts to set earlier. So we're not interfering with sunrise or sunset hours. We want to be done with 2 hours before sunset. So we really do want to keep this small. Really 10 to 12 hours a week. We initially asked for 16 because I think the CVRD actually asked us to ask for more than we may want to accommodate changes. And we were initially thinking about, well, if we have to reschedule someone due to a rain date, it would be helpful to have extra hours. But I think our own carrying capacity is more 10 to 12 hours a week. And we want to be respectful of the environment in which we live in. This is something small. It's outreach oriented. My background is in education and counseling and actually environmental outreach of editing and some other types of environmental work. So that's kind of where we're coming from with this proposal. And the input's been really helpful from neighbors in terms of, I guess, making it clearer as to what we actually want to do. And what I think we've always imagined has been much smaller than it's been made out to be. And I think we can really, even with the smaller groups, stick to 3 cars in the driveway. The larger groups stick to 8 cars. People can easily carpool onto the road by parking either at point homes or in the gravel area by the airport to try to reduce both traffic. And I think dust is a big issue on the road as well because it's gravel road. So I don't know if that helps to clarify it a little bit, but this is small and in keeping with the neighborhood, but just we'd like to keep it engaged in the community as it has been for years, but just under different circumstances.
Thanks for that. Any questions from directors? Director Harbour.
Yeah, thanks for bringing this forward. Seems it's still early in the process and a good use of the TUP, but we did receive a few letters of opposition. And taking you at your word that, the intent is to keep it small. I think 3 years might be a little long, so I might suggest that we do 2 years for the temporary use permit so that if residents have serious concerns, they don't feel stuck with a longer term window, and those permits do come back up and you can renew them. So, if there's no issues at the next time, maybe it could be for a 3-year at that time. I would expect the neighbors to be happy with it. And if not, then there's that window for them to respond. So that'd be my suggestion for the committee. And I also want to say, welcome, Odessa. You've probably been here a while. It's the first time we see you at the board. So it's nice to have you join us.
Thanks very much. And Director Hardy.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And I know during my tenure with the Electoral Area Services Committee over the last 3.5 years, Wireless Road and the residents on Wireless Road continue to reach out to me with regards to concerns about traffic on that road. It's a very small road. It's very dusty. And my concern again with the temporary use permit is, again, there's more traffic on a very small road, a very dusty road. And again, we still continue to suffer with issues with Modi trying to address the concerns of the residents on that road. So any commercial activities that would add to the kerfuffle on that road already would be a concern of mine. So I just voiced that. Thanks.
Yes, I kind of knew that Director Hardy bring that up because it's been a long-standing issue with that road. Okay, so any other questions from the proponents? I don't see any, so I'll excuse you both from the table while we take a vote on receipt. So on the report for receipt, any more discussion? Seeing none, I'll call a question. Anybody opposed? Director Hardy.
Thanks, Chair. Like I said earlier, I'll be opposed to the temporary use permit. Just because, like I said, there's a number of constituents on that road that have grave concerns about it being dusty. A lot of folks would like to see that road paved. And of course, people being able to turn around on that road, there's a very steep bank and there are instances where cars are going over the banks. So my concern would be if you're adding more traffic to the road, you're just adding more to the kerfuffle on that road and the inevitability of somebody else going over that bank at the end of the day. So until we see Modi address those concerns on that road, I'd be opposed to the temporary use permit. Thanks.
On receipt. Call the question on receipt. Any opposed? Just one, then it's It's on receipt, so. Yeah. No, you post receipt? Oh, not post receipt. Okay, so it carries on receipt. Now we have a bunch of correspondence we have to receive. Including the new correspondence. And there's some on the addendum as well. So we've got to bring forward the addendum if somebody move that. I'll just receive it all together. Okay, I don't need to do it officially.
Receive all the correspondence.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's unanimously opposed, right?
Don't correspond.
Well, yeah, but the correspondence itself, there's none in favor, I was told. I haven't. The written correspondence? Okay.
Sorry, just to confirm, Odessa Orton, was the correspondence received, it was all in opposition?
Through the chair to the directors, yes, all their correspondence we receive has been opposed to the proposal.
Okay. So on the correspondence, speaking to the correspondence, Director?
No.
No, okay, on the correspondence, on receipt, anybody opposed receipt? That carries. And now we're on to the see if anybody in the audience in the gallery wishes to speak to the matter. And just come on up to the front there on the podium and just press the little button on the bottom of the microphone. That's it. And your
Hi.
name and where you live.
My name's Jim Griffiths. I live at 400 Simon Crescent. My property backs onto the applicant's proposed event area. My house is actually about 100 to 150 feet away of where that activity I would anticipate happening. I want to be clear, my comments are not intended to be a personal criticism of the applicants. My concern is this proposal has been sufficiently defined and limited before approving what effectively is a commercial style operation in a quiet rural residential area. After receiving the applicant's presentation materials, I believe there are still significant unanswered questions. One of my primary concerns is the septic system. The applicants state that the septic is larger than needed. However, the information presented, it would be based on a residential occupancy. What is now proposed is including commercial bookings, repeated visitor turnover, client bathroom access, refreshments, club activities, and a potential up to 25 people at one time. I did not see any professional engineering or wastewater assessment specifically confirming the septic system was suitable for ongoing commercial visitor use. I'm also concerned of the amount of uncertain language used throughout the proposal, including terms such as we expect, we anticipate, we do not intend. These are not firm nor enforceable limitations. For example, the applicants state they do not intend to host weddings or events, but that's not the same as prohibiting those activities in an enforceable permit conditions. The proposal also acknowledges that 25 people could be on site along with sunrise and sunset activity. This could increase traffic, parking activity, headlights, noise, and what is in a currently quiet rural neighborhood. The applicants themselves acknowledge this purpose falls outside of the guidelines of a small business in a residential property. That one is significant to me. This is simply not a home occupation. It's a proposed commercial operation involving outside clients, bookings, and ongoing activity for a 3-year period. My concern is not only that what the applicants intend today, but what the approval could allow over the next 2 or 3 year period. This is how neighboring residents would address and how the neighboring residents would address the impacts once the permit was in place. I respectfully ask the board to carefully consider the unanswered questions and the lack of firm operation limits as long-term impacts this approval would have on this neighborhood. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Anybody else in the gallery wishing to speak? Welcome. Just state your name and where your address is.
On?
Yes, you
Yeah, thank you. I'm Linda Peskovitz. I live on the unceded territory of the Comox First Nation at 1241 Kai Bay Road, lot number 19. My husband and I bought the 1.15 acres in August of 1980. We bought this acreage particularly because we wanted to live in a rural area. I have watched the traffic increase on the narrow Kai Bay Road and Wireless Road over the past 46 years. The road is narrow and has steep edges, and many do not follow the 60-kilometer-per-hour traffic rule. I am concerned that if this TUP, which could turn into a commercial venture, is allowed, it will increase the traffic. Increased traffic affects the environment with the increased pollution, noise, and the threats to wildlife. Just as an aside, last year there was a doe and 3 fawns killed within 1 week on Kai Bay Road. I would suggest my neighbors have also talked to me about their concern about the increase in traffic, noise, and pollution. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Once again, I ask if there's any residents that wish to speak to this matter.
Good afternoon.
Welcome.
Am I on?
Yep.
Yep. My name is Perry Feltham. I live at 389 Simon Crescent. I was only made aware of this, and I live across the street from Jim, by word of mouth. There was no correspondence that came to the rest of the neighborhood. The nature of Simon Crescent, which is directly behind the property, is that it's a very, very quiet neighborhood. Typically, people tend to live outdoors in the summer, spend their evenings, mornings outdoors, and it is incredibly quiet. One of the concerns that I have is in the good weather in the summer, the predominant wind, prevailing wind comes from the northwest. And so because this property where the events would take place is over the water, we can actually hear activity on the beach beyond them, below them through the summer. And the primary concern that we have is groups of people meeting together, celebrating. I don't think there's a real awareness as to how much that noise and sound is going to travel and affect the people who are enjoying their outdoor spaces in the evenings. So that's the primary concern that we have as neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to ask one more time if there's anybody wishing to speak to this GUP. So I guess we need a receipt of the 3 presenters that spoke to us. So if we can do that, it's once and seconded, and all in favor of receipt. And Director Arbor.
Yeah, thanks. And I appreciate that all the people left in the room have been here for a long time as well today. So thank you for being patient with us. Yeah, I guess I mean, the point of a TUP is to test something, and what I heard from the applicants, it does seem a bit small scale, but I also hear from Dr. Hardy and others the concerns around the small road and yeah, I'm trying to reconcile the scope of the activities, which to me don't seem as bad, and maybe I'll be the lone director on this one, but um, maybe a 1 year temporary use permit could allow the neighbors to see if it's working for them or not. I did not. I heard photography for couples getting engaged or that kind of thing. Like in regards to traffic, there is a lot of traffic going to Kaibe. I won't deny it. A lot of that is driven by the town of Comox, and they have a beautiful playground right there, which is a nice amenity for everybody. And I live in Kaibe about 20 years ago, so I kind of know the area a little bit. But I don't think that the activity, and maybe I understand there's disagreement, but I don't think that's what's going to be the main factor in adding traffic to that area. So I would still try to salvage it and see if it could work for 1 year. But we'll see if another director supports that.
Thanks a lot. I think that's probably the only other option would be if they use it as a home-based business, they could only have parties of 8, which would still have possibility of, they could take out an application for home-based business, correct? Ton? Sorry.
To the chair and to the directors, as you may recall, home occupation, you can have a business, but the business has to be within a building.
Oh, in a
within this
building,
structure.
yeah, that's.
So this proposal is all outdoor activities.
Okay. And Director Hardy.
Thanks, Sharon. Like I stated earlier, Wireless Road is a very dusty road. And again, when we start looking at whether it's large scale or small scale commercial activities on that road, there's going to be more dust on that road. And I know, speaking with a number of the constituents that live out on that road, in the summertime, they often end up having to close their windows because of the dust. And then with regards to the amount of dust that built up on their windows, them washing their windows once a week just so they can look out their front windows. So if we have more activities on the road, there's going to be more use of water, well water, etc., being utilized to clean those windows, etc. So like I said, I have grave concerns with regards to the top right now. Thanks.
Okay, that takes us to the point of the recommendation, either move it or not. So Director Arbor will move a 1-year term. Do we have a seconder? We do not have a seconder, so that's defeated. 6, Area B Development Variance Permit DV 2B26, Whitaker Road. Report for receipt.
Great, thanks, Chair. And this again goes over to Odessa Cohen. Odessa.
Thank you again. So this application is for DVP. And unfortunately, I don't see the applicants in the audience, so I won't be inviting them up. So this has been received to consider a development variance permit to increase the combined permitted floor area of an accessory building on a country residential 1 zone property that would increase it by 40 square meters, resulting in an increase from 200 square meters to 240 square meters of combined area. The subject property is 3.16 acres in area, zoned CR1, and is developed with 1 residential dwelling and 3 accessory outbuildings. The variance request is to enable the construction of an accessory building for a workshop and garage. With the addition of the proposed workshop, the estimated combined floor area would be just under 240 square meters. This would exceed the permitted 200 square meter floor area for CR1. As such, the DVP is being pursued. On May 4th, APCB reviewed the application and provided support for the requested variance. Please be advised that all adjacent landowners within 100 meters of the subject parcel were mailed this DVP request and were provided the opportunity to provide comment prior to this meeting. Mailings went out on April 29th, 2026. No correspondence in support or in opposition of this application was received. Staff are recommending approval for the following reasons. The requested variance does not have a significant impact on lot coverage, scale, or building impacts on the lot, and the accessory structure is expected to have a minimal neighborhood impact. Thank you.
Thank you. Looks like it's pretty cut and dry. Any discussion? Nothing? Okay, so on receipt of the report, anybody opposed? That carries. And the recommendation attached. Any comments from anybody in the gallery on this matter? I see none. So on the recommendation, first and seconded. Anybody opposed to the recommendation? That carries. Now, I would propose that we grab a plate of food because it's going to be dinner time before we finish this meeting.
If I could just interject for 1 second on the previous item, the Electoral Area Service Committee did not second the motion to consider the TUP for 1 year. We would advise that you then consider a motion to refuse the the temporary use permit, and that provides then certainty to the application. Otherwise, there's no motion, there's no action from this committee here. So if the committee is of a mind to refuse the temporary use permit application, then I would suggest you do that.
Dr. Hardy.
So are we going back to the item revolving around wireless road?
Wireless road, yes.
Okay. So if that's the case, then yeah, I'll be opposed to the recommendation.
Okay. So there was no seconder on the particular recommendation for the 1 year temporary use permit. I would suggest that somebody could put forward a motion to refuse that temporary use permit.
I'll make
application.
the motion to refuse the recommendation to provide a temporary use permit at wireless road.
Second. On the recommendation? Anyone opposed? One opposed. Thanks. And let's get something to eat. Got one more. And the guy's so patient. We gotta. So this is on the back road. Okay. Report on the back road, recording development variance permit, increased combined floor area from 200 to 246 square meters. Moved and seconded on receipt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Carter Ruff is our planner one. Carter will be introducing this report, and thank you for the patience for sticking it out till this moment in time. Carter, over to you.
Thank you. Thanks for the introduction. Through the chair to committee members, I'd first like to introduce the property owner and applicant, Stephen Long, who's sitting here to my right. So staff have received a development variance permit application to increase the maximum combined accessory building floor area from 200 square meters to 246 square meters. Subject property located at 2680 Back Road is approximately 0.81 hectares and zoned country residential 1. Existing development consists of a principal dwelling unit in the form of a carriage house, an accessory building used as a workshop. The applicant plans to construct a new single detached dwelling that will become the principal dwelling as it is larger than 90 square meters. This will result in the carriage house being reclassified as the accessory dwelling unit. The country residential 1 zone limits the combined floor area of accessory buildings to 200 square meters. Non-residential floor area within an accessory dwelling unit is included in the calculation. This variance is required because the combined accessory floor area of the carriage house and shop will be 246 square meters following construction of the new principal dwelling unit. Staff are supportive of the variance Request as the additional accessory floor area will not detract from existing neighborhood form and character given the large lot size, partial vegetation screening, and preservation of ample open space. Furthermore, staff notes there are no variances proposed to height, setbacks, or lot coverage. The Advisory Planning Commission for Electoral Area B considered this application at their April 20th meeting and voted unanimously to support the requested variance. Notice of the variance request was also sent to adjacent property owners and tenants within 100 meters of the subject property. As of this date, 1 letter of support was received. The property owner and staff are now available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Chair Grieve has left the room, so I'm not sure if Mr. Hardy or Dr. Hardy would like to take over that seat. There's the chair.
Sorry. Did we have the proponent speak yet? So you want to chime in a little bit with your request?
First thing, I wanted to thank you all for taking a break on your lunch. I appreciate that, and I'm just trying to get through this as well. Just a quick rundown, if you want to hear my side of my property and what I'm doing, is I was very fortunate to get this beautiful piece of property. And I'd like to mention, even since Carter's been to the property, there's been over another 100 trees, substantial cedar trees, fir trees, pine trees, arbutus, every type of tree. I'm filling up the property. I'm planning to make it my home to raise my family, which I just had a son 5 weeks ago. So our family has grown to the point where our carriage house is small, and we built the carriage house to get onto the property. It was a substantial financial venture to get to the property. But now 3 years later, with our family growing, I'm seeking the variance. It's a very complex process, building and permitting, as I'm sure you all understand. You deal with it often. I've been in construction for over 20 years in the Valley, and I try and consider myself a very friendly, a very positive builder that's worked in all the municipalities. And when I was originally designing my property, I thought I was following all the rules, as I have built in the regional, I have built shops, I have built carriage houses. Prior to the issuing of my permit, Mr. Crockford mentioned that I was going to be in excess of my accessory building space. At that time, the foundations were already poured and established. I did have permission to start without my permit, just due to the lengthy permit process, which I've always tried to follow most of the rules as you can, as one, building a house for your family and everything else. So now, where am I at now? I am here seeking variance to build my family a home where I choose to reside for hopefully the next 15 or 20 years, or if the property will keep me there longer, I'll be there as long as I can. And if anybody has any questions about the property or my intent of the development of the property, I'm more than happy to answer any questions.
Thanks very much. Got a beautiful view, that's for sure.
Or new locations, even better.
So are you on public water?
I have water, but I'm on septic. So when I did my septic field, I designed it planning ahead to accommodate the future house. And when I built the carriage house, it was designed as a carriage house to meet all the fire separation requirements and all the requirements of the carriage house.
No problem. I remember you as a builder at Slate Lumber.
I remember you as a member of the team there. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. I think there's no questions. I think it's pretty cut and dried. I think we've got support around the table, but I'll excuse it from the table while we take a vote on receipt.
Thank you for your time.
So, on receipt of the report, anyone opposed? That carries. And recommendation attached. Oh, correspondent, I'm sorry, Elizabeth Whithoff, adjacent neighbor. We got one, is that right? Just, there's nothing in the addendum? Okay. We're going to receive the correspondence. Seconded. And Director Harper?
Yeah, it's always good to see a neighbor that you know is support that doesn't show concern. So that's very helpful. Yeah.
Okay. So receive the correspondence. And we're at the point where we move the recommendation. I'll second it. Any more discussion on a recommendation? Seeing none, call a question. Anyone opposed to recommendation? That carries. Now you have anybody in the audience for the next one, or can we?
Motion's
Chair, I'd be willing to move item number 8.
Item number 8, I'll second that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Alana Mullally, our General Manager of Planning and Development Services, will be introducing this report on zoning amendment from industrial marine to aquaculture. Alana, over to you.
Welcome, Alana.
Thank you very much, James and Chair. This report recommends that you initiate a zoning amendment that will change the zoning of 2 water surface areas in Bain Sound from industrial marine to aquaculture. The 2 areas are mapped in figures 2 and 4 of your staff report. They are a former freight loading area in Royston in the vicinity of Hilton and Hawes roads and the shipwrecks. And the second is a former log sort in Union Bay in the vicinity of Spence Road. Land and water use jurisdiction in the marine environment is complex, but simply put, local government has authority to zone the surface of the water. There are presently 4 surface water areas in the Bain Sound that are zoned industrial marine, and 2 of those are subject to active tenure agreements with the province. The recommendation to initiate a zoning amendment pertains to the other 2 areas that I've just mentioned, which are not subject to active tenure agreements. Staff's recommendation to amend the zoning of these waters is consistent with previous zoning amendments resulting from the Rural Official Community Plan, bylaw number 337, and is based on the precautionary principle. Since adoption of that OCP in 2014, the surface of marine waters that are not under tenure agreement have been zoned aquaculture, or AQ. This draft zoning bylaw number 904 that is in front of you proposes to zone the subject waters aquaculture, the effect of which is that the waters can be used for aquaculture without requiring a change to the zoning. For non-aquaculture uses, future tenure holders or their applicants of marine waters can apply on a site-specific basis to amend the water surfaces zone, and the board can determine suitability of the proposed use relative to the OCP, the regional growth strategy, and other information that you may deem material at that time. Staff recommends that first and second readings be granted to draft bylaw number 904, and that staff be directed to initiate First Nations consultation in accordance with our referrals management program and conduct agency referrals. And there is a list of recommended agencies in your Appendix B. Staff also recommends that you schedule a public hearing. Thank you.
Director Harper?
Yeah, thanks. I'm in the support of this this zoning amendment proposal, and I think Bain Sound is on the coast, one of the largest shellfish producing areas, and that's definitely this amendment is in support of that direction, which has been broadly supported both in RIGS and otherwise. I would note ever since the last meeting, I've been talking about OCPs and zoning with a lot of people based on what happened in the Cowichan Valley. And one of the things I know we'll be entering the OCP process next term. So beyond that resolution, I think I may have mentioned here before that I would love to look at our commercial and industrial zoning on land in the future as a key area as part of our OCP review. But in the meantime, this aligns well with, as Alana said, with the province and with our own intent around the stewardship of Bain Sound. So I'll be supporting that, and I guess welcome a public hearing on the topic as well.
Dr. Hardy?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Yeah, having a quick look at the report. My only question to staff would be with regards to the Royston log sort and the zoning that's being considered there as aquaculture. I'm just wondering if that would be congruent with the Comox First Nation, their treaty with regards to the management of the estuary come effective date. So I'd be a bit apprehensive of first and second reading unless we got clarification with regards to understanding whether that aquaculture zoning would be congruent with the Comox First Nation and their management of the estuary come effective date. Yeah.
Through the chair to the directors, I think that's the rationale for doing the referral to the nation. All of the waters that are not under tenure agreement in Bain Sound and the estuary are zoned aquaculture. There is language in our official community plan that defers uses within the estuary to Comox Nation to ensure that they do not infringe on rights and title. And so I think that is very much the rationale for engaging with Comox on that specific question.
So if I'm understanding today's process, we're going to do first and second readings so that CVRD can go and consult with Comox about the zoning.
Through the chair to the directors, that is the intention here. We are recommending that a public hearing be scheduled. And so feedback can be received on the bylaw at any point up until the close of that hearing.
Any other questions, statements? We're good. Okay, so Director.
Date of the public hearing, do we think we still can fit that in before the next local government election?
Through the chair to the directors, we haven't included a date in the recommendation, but we can, I'm getting the nod from Lisa, we can schedule a public hearing within this immediate
Within the time
frame.
period? Okay, that'd be great. Thank you.
Okay. So on receipt of report. Anybody opposed? That carries. Moving second on the recommendation. Any further discussion? Seeing none. Anybody opposed? Carries. Oh, okay. So we need to appoint a chair to the public hearing. And I would recommend Director Arbor. What about Director Hardy? Want to be vice chair? I'm trying to get you. There it is.
I'm comfortable with your motion there, Chair. Thanks. So I'll second.
Okay. And we need a vice chair.
I nominate Chair Greaves to be the vice chair.
Okay. Well, I'll be there. I accept. So that's, we just saved a step for Lisa. Okay, this is the one I want to talk about. Planning procedures, fees and delegation bylaw 889 for receipt.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Brian Chow is our Planner 2 Long Range, and Brian will be introducing the staff report. And Brian is supported at the table with Robin Holm, Manager of Long Range Planning and Sustainability. Brian, over to you.
Okay, through the CEO to the chair and to the committee. First of all, may I please have the slides on the screen, please? Thank you. Okay, so good afternoon. This presentation introduces proposed bylaw number 899, the new planning fees, procedures, public notice, heritage alteration permit, and delegation bylaw. This bylaw responds to the February 2022 board resolution directing staff to review planning fees and charges and report back. It also responds to the 2026 financial plan discussions, where EASC requested further review of the Service 500 Planning Financial Plan. Further, over time, directors have also raised related questions about notification distances, application timelines, cost recovery, fee levels, and higher fees where work has occurred without the required approval. The proposed bylaw 899 brings these matters together in one updated bylaw. The purpose of this bylaw would repeal and replace the current planning procedures and fees bylaw, which is 328, and bylaw number 2365, which is the development permit delegation bylaw, with one updated bylaw. It brings together procedures, application fees, public notice, heritage alteration permits, and delegated authority. The main outcomes are clearer procedures, updated fees, more streamlined application processing time, and updated public notice provisions. In terms of fees, planning application fees have not been comprehensively reviewed since 2014. The proposed fees better align application-driven work with application-driven costs, including more complex staff review, inspections, advertising, and administrations. I just want to remark that some of the applications we witnessed today are quite complex, and more fees would be better aligned with the amount of time and resources staff spent in processing them and gathering information to present at today's meeting. This supports a user pay approach. Applicants seeking development approvals will pay fees that better reflect the level of more complex review required, helping to reduce reliance on the broader service space. The updated fees would propose to take effect on Labor Day, September 7th of this year. This gives applicants and the public advance notice before the new schedule applies, consistent with the grace period used when the new building permit fees were introduced in 2024. This approach also aligns with recent practice with nearby local governments. For example, Cumberland updated its development approval procedures in 2023, including fees, delegations, and heritage alteration permit procedures. Courtney updated their delegated minor development variance permits to staff in 2023, and Comox follows suit in 2024. In terms of delegated authority, the current delegated authority is limited to development permits related to freshwater, coastal, steep slopes, and heron and eagle nest development permits. The proposed bylaw carry the same delegations forward and adds site-specific floodplain exemptions, minor development variance permits, and minor heritage alteration permits. The site-specific floodplain exemption delegation responds to applicants' concerns about lengthy timelines of monthly meeting agendas for such technical applications. For minor development variance permits and minor heritage alteration permits, the bylaw sets clear qualification criteria. The intent is not to remove the board oversight from complex or sensitive files. It's to streamline technical and routine applications where the criteria are clear. Applicants may still request the board for reconsideration of any delegated decision, and staff has the ability to refer applications to the board where appropriate. In terms of another update is public notice provisions. The proposed bylaw updates public notice by the current replacing 2 newspaper notices with the following. With 1 newspaper notice, 1 CVRD website publication, and posting at a public notice posting places. Mail notice and development sign would continue where required. Further, notification radii will also increase, especially in rural, agricultural, and resource areas where parcels are larger and smaller radii may reach fewer neighboring properties. And I heard comments from today's meetings about some residents not getting notification. So the proposed bylaw will increase the radii and capture more of the neighbors. Another big area of change will be heritage alteration permit. This bylaw creates a heritage alteration permit process for the Union Bay Post Office and Jailhouse, which is protected under bylaw 2575. The process will also apply to any future heritage designated properties. 2 streams are proposed. Minor applications will apply where work aligns with the standards and guidelines for conservation of historic places in Canada and does not remove character-defined elements. Standard applications will apply where proposed work may affect those elements. In summary, the proposed bylaw updates fees, supports a user pay approach, modernizes public notice process and increases notification radii, expands delegation authority for routine applications, and introduces a heritage alteration permit process. If adopted at the subsequent board meeting, the streamlined procedures would take effect immediately, and the updated fees would have a grace period, would take effect later on Labor Day, which is September 7th. So in conclusion, staff recommend first, second, and third readings of bylaw for the board meeting tomorrow, and adoption for the following board meeting at the end of the month, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Brian. And Director Arbery has a question.
Yeah, mostly some comments because the report is quite clear on all the different aspects. So I'm overall supportive. And many items in this report we've discussed in prior ESC minutes, as was noted around delegated authority, certainly. And I remain comfortable with those changes. I did get some couple of pieces of correspondence from residents who expressed some concerns around the delegated authority around floodplain, and ended up in a bit of a reminder that, we're also trying to bring consistency across the coastline in addition to site-specific. Site-specific is likely to be addressed between staff and engineers, and I think that's the appropriate venue. But the delegated authority will really allow us to bring more consistency, something we've really struggled along the whole coastline. So I just thought I'd repeat that today. In regards to the heritage, that sounds good. Hopefully, we're working closely with the Union Bay Historical Society on this, and so that they're not surprised by any thing that could be a negative consequence. I also, your presentation reminded me that we do have a somewhat dormant heritage service. That one of the problem with heritage a lot of time is that once you put those rules, then the cost of replacement goes up and upgrades on those buildings and to meet that heritage designation. And I'm just thinking in the next financial plan, maybe we could start thinking about that specifically for the Wayne Sound Heritage Service, so that there's some funding available to them as well to meet the bar that is going to get set with the designation. The last one is a little bit more consequential because it could lead to a report deferral or referral back to staff. I'm quite sensitive to the planning fees that's being proposed, and I guess I was reviewing each line, and they're not proportional increases, right? Some see a slightly larger. And then in my mind, I like to be able, because there are significant jumps from the 2014 fees. So, some of them are doubling, if not more. And I know we gave feedback to staff that we'd like to rebalance a little bit how much is tax requisited versus the fees that people pay. And we know that the fees that people pay is very little compared to the costs of the overall service. But I would like to propose to the directors and staff, because it seems, I'm missing the word in English right now, arbitrary. I just found it. It seems a bit arbitrary, the new schedule. And I'm sure there's rational, that staff has gone through it. But from a public perspective, I was thinking 2014, and then I went on the internet and I said, what's a 2014 dollar and 2026 dollar, right? So apparently we've gone up 32% in that time. So I was like, why don't we apply 32% to all of our fees as a jump? And then what I propose is that we, from there on out, set out a schedule for the next 5 to 10 years with a regular 2% increase to that. That story I can sell to residents to say, we haven't increased them. We're just bringing them to par with the same money as back then. And then we're applying a small rate increase. That's, to me, a better story than to say, how did you guys rationalize the development permit from 1,000 to 2,200? I don't know. You'll have to call staff. That's what I would have to do right now, right? So I'm just proposing that so that in my world, it would be an easier story to tell and would pretty much achieve the same objectives to kind of rebalance. Maybe we'll lose a little bit of money on my proposal, but I think it would de-risk kind of a position to that fee schedule.
Director Hardy.
Yeah, thanks. I'd support Director Arbor's comments there. The only other item that I have with regards to the notice in the newspaper of only being one notice in the paper instead of two. I know there's a number of older demographics that do turn to the paper for information. So if they miss it the 1 week and it's not there the second week, then we could run into some issues there. So I'd still like to see the two issues in the paper instead of just one. Thanks.
Heaven knows Black press needs the money. I think that anytime you delay an fee increase, and especially with this length of time, it's going to be shocking. And of course, it's not going to be well understood. I think I agree with Director Arbor wholeheartedly that perhaps we should peg it to the value of the Canadian dollar. It does make a lot more sense to remember that we are in a pre-election phase right now, leading into an election. And for things that double in price, it's this kind of gobstrucking everybody. 3K to 6K for standard rezoning, 2K to 4K for exemption, standard OCP 5 to 9. Do you see this actually speeding up our processes? Because I'm getting a lot of complaints about how long it takes to do some major stuff in the regional district. I know we all take turns. They used to hate Comox, but now they tend to be zeroing in on us. So just wondering, I mean, will this actually expedite the process for a lot of the people? Because, it's, we're living in that environment where, people are, I've said this before, they've got their life savings, hanging in a balance, and we go, well, there's one more thing. Oh, yeah, I forgot there's one more thing. So is this actually going to expedite the processes and from the point of view of the resident, of the people, the citizens, ratepayers, is it going to actually see a market difference?
Through the chair to the directors, I think it could. And I think that, the direction that we've received from you in the last couple of years, and certainly the tone of, discussion that's in our community and frankly, all local governments right now in their discussions with applicants, is that local governments should be trying whatever we can to expedite turnaround, to streamline processes. And so our suggestion to you is that this is a tool that we've been given in legislation. It's enabling legislation. And we suggest to you that there are some circumstances where we think we could save applicants some time by going this route. I really want to emphasize the point that Brian made, both verbally and on the slide, that this is not an attempt of staff to step on board oversight, as decision makers, your oversight. And so certainly there's always that opportunity for you to take another look at this if it's not having the effect that we are hoping it will, and if you're hearing, negative feedback from your constituents.
Barbara?
Wow, what a great segue to the comment I forgot to make, because the other comment I was going to make is another direction from this board was to initiate a survey of customers to see customer satisfaction, and we still haven't seen it. And we're getting near end of term, and I think that's almost 2 years ago that we put that in place. I would really like to see that survey. And hopefully that was applied to all of our building services development variants. Like, I don't know if it was, I think we, at the time, was driven by building permits. If it's just building permits, that's great, that's a start, and then my next motion will be to extend it to the other services. But this committee ahead of election really needs to see that. Because as I said before, 2 years ago when I introduced that motion, it's hard for us because we don't know if 90% of our customers are dissatisfied or if 90% are satisfied. And that was the whole purpose of bringing that survey. We need to see it before the end of this term. I would suggest by next meeting would be great because we're running out of leg room. So that would address Dr. Grief's concerns, I think, because the public will always pick on the examples where it's gone really awry. And if we don't have a relative sense of whether that's 1% or 20% or 50% of people experiencing the same, or it's just a one loud voice, for us as politicians, it's a killer because we just get killed on that. I got killed on that at the door last election, big time. People were very, the rumor spreads, right? Oh, you guys are doing a terrible job. Everything takes longer. Staff keeps referring back and sending back, and it's unclear, and That's what you end up hearing on the street, as opposed to going into the next election and say, actually 95% of people say that they had an excellent experience with their building permit, and yes, for 5% it didn't work so well. So I'd like to see that back. Now, on my other point, I'm great to see the director's support for change in schedule, and I was going to refer it back to staff. But if staff and directors feel comfortable, maybe we could make an amendment to amend the schedule with a fixed percentage in Canadian dollars from last term, with a 2% increase from there on out. I would be happy if no one has concern around that to make that change today, so we can still proceed on the path with the same pace that staff had contemplated.
Director, is the cost of living, are we looking at about 2% a year? Is that what you estimate? I mean, insofar as the value of the dollar, et cetera. Sorry.
Yeah, Chair, we could go 3%, 2%, 3%. I'm just
something.
I think it's to avoid the surprise. And part of that was actually conscious in our minds because we went through COVID and we didn't want to, layer on costs. There was rationale for not doing the increases earlier, but I think moving forward, it's so much easier to justify to the public a clear schedule with a clear anticipated rates, as opposed to a big surprise. It's a bit like the same with salaries and directors' salaries.
I'm going to ask Alana to speak to probably both of those items. Brian or Robin, you might want to chime in on the second part around the fees themselves. But if Alana, you can speak to the survey work that has been done around the building department and results of that. I know there's a great body of work being done around that. And then I think we'll tackle the other part about the fees increases. I'm always hesitant to be doing math on the fly during meetings and that, but I think there's probably some room there to have some dialogue. Perhaps it might be a 2 or 3 minute adjournment just to get ourselves organized. But Alana, can you speak to the survey work, please?
Certainly. Through the chair to the directors, you will see this in June. So Amanda and John have been working diligently on this item to follow through in that direction that you gave us. So a survey has been conducted and is now being rolled into our regular practice of reviewing with folks who have gone through our process and obtained a building permit. That piece has been on the building permit side only, not on the planning approval side. Certainly there's merit in doing the work on the planning approval side. We knew though that we had some work to do to make some improvements. Like we have some obvious improvements that are needed, some of which we think are captured in this recommendation to you. So I think it's just good business practice, certainly to be reaching out to those folks who have engaged with us on our services and taking that feedback and learning from it. On the fee increase side, Brian did do some considerable work in thinking about what these fees could look like. So perhaps, Brian, you could describe how you factored in indexing inflation and cost of living and so forth. Thank you.
Okay, through the chair to directors. Yes, so thank you, Director Harper. Yes, these fees that are being proposed did consider the 30 to 40% range of inflation since 2014. And also in recognizing the more complexity in terms of steps and time staff required to process new applications now. So you see that's why many of the fees are more than 32%. And also that also a survey around similar rural regional districts were being used. And so that's how the fees are determined. And given that fees by law, in this case, haven't really been updated for 12 years, the fees that were set are kind of on the higher end, just so that it can account for the future increases. And when it's time to be reviewed again, then we won't be such a shortfall. So that was a combination of inflation, taking into account being compliant with the LGA of the average estimated cost of processing application, serving other rural regional districts, and also being mindful that such a bylaw doesn't get amended regularly. So kind of set it good us in good position for years to come. So that's the whole intent. That's why the fees appear higher than the 3% that's on the higher end of that range, Mr. Chair.
Director?
Yeah, thanks. So I'll just push back gently on some of those assumptions, especially because you layered in more complexity and more time with modern applications, say, compared to 2014. So to me, this is where the mindset, our collective mindset could change. And I don't want to open a whole can of worm today, but yeah, I will. So building permits and development permits, this is a sector that is absolutely ripe for AI use. And I don't know what the current policy is at the regional district on the use of AI. Some organizations ban it. Some organizations fully encourage it and allow it. I just went through a very traumatic conversation on that at my work on AI. But AI is actually a prime tool to expedite things like that, both for the applicants and for the review process. So I am curious about that. The reason I say that is I don't like, it seems like government always use complexity as a keyword to just layer on everything, more staff, more everything. And we are, as politicians, hearing loud and clear that people are capped, in local government world. So for me, next term, so this is not like a 2 months thing, but I would like to set our fees just based on that cost of living, and then keep thinking about how do we make ourselves more efficient with the tools available to continue, despite step code and all those things, to continue to make progress without ever increasing costs to taxpayers and to applicants who are going through building processes. I realize I'm asking for the moon here, but that philosophy for me for today, I would still say let's not top it up. And those comparables you talked about, we often talk about as well. And it's almost like a mug's game. Everybody keeps increasing, and then you look and the average goes up, and then the next guy will go just a little bit above, right? So anyways, I don't know if I'm supported in that. What I'm hearing is maybe you'd prefer referral to staff. I also heard our CEO, maybe you'd like the 5 minutes on that to discuss, because I also realize we're in enough term, and it'd be good to get that process concluded in a timely way. So, yeah.
Excuse me, I think I can see a couple of options to put forward here, but I wouldn't mind taking just a few minutes with staff to confer as we can just be really clear on what those options might be. So unless there was any other questions here at the table, I'd like to take a couple of minutes with staff.
Sure. Yeah. Short recess. Mr. CAO, do you have something to report out?
I do, thank you, and thanks for taking the brief break there. Before we get into the options that we talked about in terms of the fees and the changes to the fees there, I think there is a path forward there. But I wanted just to take a moment to reflect on the comments about the notice in the newspaper and trying to balance the notice requirements with the being responsive to applicants' interest to be able to move projects along in a timely manner. And so whether it was Alana or Robin able to speak to sort of the rationale around that, the notice requirements? Alana? And then I'll speak to the actual bylaw and suggestion to move forward.
Thank you, James. Through the chair to the directors. Our rationale behind the eliminating the 2 newspaper notice might seem a bit incongruent with its appearance, on the face of it. But really what we're looking at here is thinking about feedback we've heard over the years from folks who say they either don't get a newspaper, they don't get home delivery, and they never look at a newspaper even if they get it. So that struggle with those 2 camps. From a practical perspective, the second newspaper notice we estimate adds about 1 month to development application processing time. Although it's a weekly newspaper, or we do have a weekly newspaper, and we do advertise in back-to-back issues presently, given the committees meeting once a month, very often we find that necessitates pushing the application forward to the second meeting. So the thought here is to keep the 1 newspaper notice and move to something that we suggest would have greater reach within our rural community, using our website and using the public notice places. So it could be community halls, it could be anywhere really that you direct, as well as our own city-owned and CVRD-owned properties. And you might say, well, great, do all of those things. And that's where I bring you back to our thought on the estimated increased application processing time with that second newspaper notice.
Thanks, Lena. And then on the idea of the fee increases, directors talked about the possibility of increasing the rates across the board at 32%, I believe is the number referenced, and then including an annual increase of 2%, or I think you said 3%. That is certainly something we could do, and we could calculate those fees fairly quickly, and we could have that in place for the board. I believe it's intended to be on for readings tomorrow night at the board meeting. So we could certainly make those changes if that's what you'd like to do. I will say there is other work that the Financial Services Department is doing, won't be in time for tomorrow night, but they are looking at fees and procedures, fees and charges in a general sense, and trying to apply some consistency, whether it be for recreation fees, planning and development fees, solid waste tipping fees. So there is a body of work happening there that may have some influence on a future discussion of the ASC. So we could take the fees bylaw fees table and increase it by 32% from the 2014 amounts, and include a 2 or 3% annual, 2% annual, 3% annual increase. That's one option for you. Second option is if you would like some more time to think about the fees themselves, we would suggest that you parse out the procedures, the changes to the bylaw that reflect just the procedures, and we could still advance the amendments to the bylaw. There's some important, as Brian noted, some important elements of that bylaw that don't speak to the fees at all, but are some changes that we would like to see incorporated. So second option would be to parse out the procedures elements and move forward with that part of the bylaw alone, and then refer the fees matter to staff. And we can come back to you at a future meeting around the fees themselves. So I think given the discussion, and I think given there seems like there is support here at the committee level for the first option I mentioned, I think that would be an approach to take with this particular bylaw.
Proceed with haste and repent at leisure. Dr. Hardy.
Thanks, Chair. And again, I'm just concerned with regards to only 1 notice in the paper, like just 1 issue instead of 2 in the past. And I get and understand folks can go to the website, or folks can go to the Fanny Bay Hall and look at the notice board and say, here's what's going on. But often, like I said, there's a number of old timers in the Comox Valley that rely on that notice in the paper. And if we only go one and they're out of town that week and then they don't see it and they don't see it at the hall, or they don't go to the CVRD website, like some folks do, are we gonna run into issues there?
Director Arbor?
Yeah, I mean, it's it's interesting. My thoughts go elsewhere on that, which is completely different world, Dr. Arbor world, where I'm kind of frustrated how much money we give to Black Press, and they have completely dropped coverage of ESC this term. And I'm like, why are we forking so much money to it? Like, we should just put our advertisement in the Union Bay bulletin board paper and the Fanny Bay, like support those associations with a different type of advertisement, because we probably pay through the nose for Black Press for advertising, and we get zero coverage in return. It's a concern. I'm actually neutral on Dr. Hardy's comments there. I can appreciate it, and I could see Alana's good points as well around balancing the proponent's interests and community interests. So, but otherwise, I like option one, that on the fees and schedule that James talked about, so that we can keep proceeding even at the next board meeting and keep pace on this. I'll let Dr. Hardy and Grave maybe sort out the press thing, because I really am neutral.
Like, all I would add and I see Brian's lights on too, but I was gonna say, all I would add to the newspaper notice piece is I would concur with Alana that the feedback we are getting is that it is not a terribly relied upon source. I'm sure there are many in community who do receive the paper and do look for that. But generally speaking, I don't know that it is as much as it used to be a relied upon source. There's the time consideration for the needing to respect our meeting schedules and that. And then I would also just add that the our proposed bylaw does include increased distances when we're mailing notices out. And so that in itself will cover off some increased exposure to applications that require the mailed notices. So in some cases, we're doubling the size of that area that's being captured by mailed notices. So.
So I'm just a little confused here how we're proceeding. Are we going to move anything at this point, or are we going to just refer it back?
I think that's up to the Electoral Services Committee. You can choose to, the two options I presented would be, the first option being amend the rate increases, the fee increases, and apply a 32% across the board increase, rather than the table of increases that you see in the staff report.
Well, yeah, but
and include a 3% annual increase thereafter.
So the staff is comfortable moving ahead with that then?
Yeah, we don't have an analysis to suggest the actual rates, but that would also be part of our financial planning process coming forward.
Okay.
Alternatively, I would suggest that the procedural elements of the staff report or of the bylaw continue on and proceed with bylaw readings, and then refer the fees aspects back to staff for further consideration.
Okay. Can we capture that in the motion then?
Option one.
I think we're okay with it. Yeah, I think I like the proportionate increases. I think that's important. But, you know, we should learn a lesson on this, because I know in my world, when we let things go too long and then all of a sudden we try to correct it, everybody gets excited. 3%.
Can I just, because I know some of my constituents will hone in on that. After 32%, can it read fees of 32% to reflect inflation since 2014? So then it's crystal clear the rationale for that number. Yeah, thank you.
Do you second it? First and seconded?
Sorry, so that. 7th or would it be January 1st?
January 1st or September set?
Jan 1st.
Jan 1st? Yeah, probably. We do. That is our. Okay, I'll second it. Beginning in 2027.
Yeah,
This year. What was it? When did it take effect? You said it was in November or something?
I think Ilana, yeah.
Yeah. Sorry. I hit it once already. There. There, take that.
Through the chair to the directors, I was thinking that if you do opt to increase 32% on September 7th of 2026, you might skip the January 1 of 27 increase and have the 3% start.
That's good enough.
In 2028. And not AI.
Not yet. So I seconded it. I can second it. Do you want to speak to it, Director? Okay.
I know it's long, but I could see the reaction in the room when I made my AI comments as well. I just want to say I shared with Chris and Jake at my work, we had a really brutal conversation about AI. It was also a gendered conversation. It was also our climate organization. And I don't take it lightly when I talk about the difficulty in reconciling AI into work and the threats that it poses to employees. So I was just trying to talk about opportunities that can be discussed, right? So I hope I didn't offend a ton of staff by saying that.
Okay, any more discussion? We are on item 9, recommendation. Anybody opposed? That carries. Establishment of a Comox Valley Regional District Community Heritage Registrar.
Thank you, Chair. And Dylan Thiessen, Planner 1 Long Range, will be introducing this report, supported by Robin Home. Dylan.
Thank you very much, James. Through the CAO to the chair and directors. With respect to heritage conservation, the CVRD has one property protected by a heritage designation bylaw, being the Union Bay Post Office and Jailhouse, which has been the case since 2003. But there's been recent interest from the Union Bay Historical Society in having the property listed on a community heritage register. This work in front of you today is in response to recent allegations from the Society. And in hearing recent comments from Director Arbour, just want to confirm that staff have been in conversation with the Society, both on listing the property on the register as well as upgrades they're looking to do in the near future. A primary public-focused purpose of a community heritage register is to recognize and celebrate local heritage. It does provide some benefits as well to property owners and the broader community, which will be discussed in more detail in just a moment. And importantly, being listed on the register does not itself restrict development, but it does provide a local government with further authority to require information about possible impacts, usually done through inspections or impact assessments, if that is deemed necessary. As for the benefits of being listed on a community heritage register, for the property owner, some funding streams can become more accessible, building code requirements can be more flexible if needed to retain heritage elements, and the owners receive that formal recognition of the property's contribution to its community's identity. For the broader community, it supports public education and cultural tourism initiatives. It encourages a shared stewardship of heritage resources, and is a transparent process that can help increase trust in local government and foster further community engagement. The process for adding a property to the register is outlined in proposed board policy P154, which includes eligibility criteria as well. And this is attached to the staff report as Appendix B. Real property, which the Local Government Act defines as meaning an entire property or just specific buildings or structures, are eligible for inclusion if they are designated as heritage property by bylaw, like is the case in Union Bay, or if the board considers the real property to have sufficient heritage value to warrant its conservation, something that would come out through this process. Properties can be nominated for inclusion by an individual, a community organization or association, or by the CVRD. The primary required documentation is a statement of significance, which must demonstrate how the property nominated embodies any of the 5 identified heritage values, being aesthetic, historic or cultural, scientific, social, or spiritual. These are the 5 categories outlined by Heritage BC and by the Standards and Guidelines for the Conservation of Historic Places in Canada, which is why they are recommended for use here. If the Community Heritage Register is established, the Union Bay Historical Society has approached staff about the post office and jailhouse being the inaugural listing on the register. A statement of significance was prepared by the Society, attached to the staff report as Appendix C, highlighting the connection to 2 heritage values in particular. Historic, relating to the post office's continuous operation since 1913 and the building's use during World War I, and aesthetic, relating to the steep pitched roof and gables and many original design elements that have been retained both in the interior and exterior. So in conclusion, there are 2 separate recommendations in front of the directors today. The first will establish the Community Heritage Register for the CVRD's electoral areas, again excluding Denman and Hornby Islands, who already have their own. And it would approve Board Policy P154 to guide the process for adding and removing properties from the register. Staff are recommending this as the register works towards objectives outlined in the Regional Growth Strategy and the Comox Valley 10-year tourism strategy, while responding directly to community interest, and the policy follows current best practices. The second recommendation will add the Union Bay Post Office and Jailhouse to the register and authorize staff to notify the province of this addition, as is required by the Local Government Act, which staff recommend as a statement of significance demonstrates a clear connection between the property and historic and aesthetic heritage value. With that, both Robin and myself are here to answer any questions you might have.
And Director Arbor.
Yeah, thanks. That's really great work. And thank you to Dylan and Robin and the Union Bay Historical Society for collaborating on this. And thank you for saying you are in touch with them and working together. This is something that's actually been talked about for a number of years in Union Bay, but finally, we're acting on it and be very beneficial for those buildings. It does lead me to think about broader community things, maybe as part of our OCP, where heritage is not as broadly recognized, say, as back east in Quebec. Like, we have so many areas and buildings that are protected, and out here it's still kind of hodgepodge, right? We don't have really design standards in any of our centers or anything like that. So a character, especially on the character part. But these 2 buildings definitely exemplify Union Bay, and maybe there'll be more in the future that will want to join it that have some good history around them as well. So yeah, really appreciative of your work on this.
Director Hardy.
Thanks, Chair. I'm just curious about the church as well in Union Bay, but where that fits with regards to the historical or heritage process. I know the Little Red Church in Comox is deemed to be a heritage building, so I'm kind of surprised that the Union Bay Church isn't included in here. Maybe it's already recognized, or maybe it's for future consideration. I don't know. Just curious.
Mission Hill would fit into that category as well.
Thank you very much for that. Again, through the CAO to the chair and directors. This process, the establishment of the register, as well as the thought to include specifically the Union Bay Post Office and Jailhouse, really was community driven by the Union Bay Historical Society. So that part was largely driven by the community association. And if others within Union Bay would want to pursue a listing of the church, that's certainly something that staff would be happy to discuss with them.
Yeah, and I'd add that the Historical Society uses the church all the time, more recently for the AGM, which I missed because I miscalendared myself last week or 2 weeks ago. So they would be, I'll remind them that that opportunity is there around the church. But they know that building very well as well. Yeah.
Of course, speaking for Area C, it would have to be the old sawmill on Farnham Road and headquarters. We call it the Merville Art Gallery. You guys have been there, haven't you? You know what I mean. Back in the day when you had to actually saw the logs in the district where you cut the trees. But yeah, it's a bit of a joke. Okay. Any other discussion? So on receipt. On receipt, call a question. Anybody opposed? Carries. Both recommendations concurrent. Any discussion on either? Seeing none, call the question. Anyone opposed? That carries. Saratoga Beach Local Area Plan final phases. It's only been 10 years, hasn't it? Or is it 9 years? Welcome.
There you go. Monica Whitney Brown, Planner 1, Long Range, will be introducing this report and supported by Robin Holm at the table. So Monica, over to you.
Thank you, CEO. And wondering if we can just get the slides up. They should be in the folder. I didn't see Charlie. Thank you.
Ready.
Okay, after all that suspense. Good afternoon. So the Comox Valley Regional District is entering the final phases of the Saratoga Beach Local Area Plan, and you're quite familiar with it at this point. This timeline shows the schedule over the coming months to complete this work in advance of the fall election. It's been outlined in more detail in the report in front of you, so I won't repeat it in the interest of getting you out of here on time. But the key dates to be aware of are June 1st, when we will release the draft local area plan on Engage Comox Valley, and then hold a public open house in the evening of that same day. A community survey will be available as well for that 2-week period closing on June 15th. We'll be taking all the feedback and input over that time period and amending the draft local area plan, then pivoting swiftly to bring the revised draft to this committee on July 13th, with tentative follow-up to the board for first reading on July 14th and a public hearing on July 22nd, all heading towards a tentative adoption date in September. So without the completed draft yet in hand in front of you, we wanted to give you a sense of what to expect in the LAP, which has a 5 to 10-year planning horizon. The meat of the plan are the policies and objectives on the 5 themes in front of you here. These policies were developed to guide growth over the next decade from and grounded in mainly 3 sources. The first is the community feedback from 2025's open house, community survey, and the focus group meetings. The second is an environmental baseline study, which completed a comprehensive compilation of natural assets, evaluated their values, and provided recommendations on risks and best practices for management. And the third is a septic suitability analysis, which completed a hydrogeographic assessment of the local area plan area to understand limiting factors and identify density thresholds. These pieces helped define a kind of carrying capacity for the area. And the main results to highlight here were the results that showed high conservation and environmental values in this area, and also significant fragmentation risks. As well, the second report found poor septic suitability characteristics kind of limit the landscape's ability to support more density. And also, of course, the highest community values are outlined there were around rural character, environmental preservation, and a balanced tourism and transportation. So these findings support a local area plan which will aim to maintain growth over the next 5 to 10 years to the existing density pattern in order to manage these cumulative impacts. The key policy directions are outlined in front of you here, and this gives you a sense of what the local area plan will largely be aiming towards when it's released for public review on June 1st. So with that, I'm available for any questions that you might have at this time. Thanks.
Great. Well, thanks a lot for all the work. I'm just curious, the environmental baseline study, was that was done in-house as well?
Through the chair, we worked with an ecological consulting firm on that. So this is spatial analysis.
Which one?
Zoetica Consulting.
And the septic suitability study?
Through the CAO. Yeah, this was done also with the hydrogeologic consultant, Michael Payne.
Yeah, well, I've got tons of notes here from all the open houses, and there was a lot of questions raised. I'm interested to see what it's going to contain as far as meat and potatoes goes, because I mean, a lot of this stuff is mom and apple pie. Like there's everybody's, you know, is interested in retaining the coastal character and the environment and the parks and all that. But, you know, I just have a feeling that, you know, where some of the residents are expecting steak and baked potatoes, we're going to get arugula salad with some pickled pears in it or something. You know, it's just doesn't seem to be too substantive. It's sort of mum and apple pie. So I keep an open mind. I'll be willing to be impressed once I actually see the document. You know, Nancy Henderson carried this for a while, and then all of a sudden it went in a different direction. So, you know, it seems to me that, you know, we go back actually to the original, I think was what, 2017, I think we started this process. So I do think after all this time and effort, it kind of deserves a little more than a cursory kind of a feel-good report. You know, I know we're trying to get this done before the end of the term, but I just wonder if it's actually going to have anything in it that's going to be substantive. You talk about, poor suitability for on-site septic. Well, that's been known for a long time. One of the things I wanted to bring up was the McElhaney report on liquid waste management that was on our list of what do you call it? Report. What's the resolutions that disappeared a couple of months ago, and that was December 9th, 2019, and it was quite an extensive report, and they did. I hope that gets somehow folded into this report, because there's one of the things was one of the recommendations was staff work with MOTI in those days to identify opportunities to implement rainwater volume reduction, best management practices within the region, the ROW, in select Saratoga Beach neighborhoods. Now that's something that's actually substantive. We're actually dealing with the problem of rainwater management. So yeah, there's so much history in this that I do think that it's better to do it right. So as I say, I'm going to keep an open mind and see what comes out for the report. Protect access to the shoreline. Well, we've been doing that all along. Aligning land use thresholds. Housing community needs sustainable tourism economy, enhanced recreation and business opportunities. Well, one of the things that was on the original OCP was the fact that we were looking at Highway 19 to be zoned as light industrial and commercial, which would help a lot for the business opportunities. Right now, only the west side is. One of the things that was in that report was also the fact that on the opposite side of Clarkson, due to sea level rise, that those properties had the option to turn into TC1 zoning, because the tourism community can move across the street from Clarkson eventually. So I don't know. I know it's only a 5-year, 10-year plan, so maybe this is all that's needed. But I was kind of hoping for, that we get some real, something you could sink your teeth into, a little more carnivore, a little less vegetarian. Thanks. Director Arbor's already on. Director Arbor?
Yeah, thanks. I mean, it's good to see the outcome of that process. I've been watching it with interest, and I realize it is a ton of work for staff, and I've been it's almost like doing a mini OCP, right? And so maybe that lines us up to do the full OCP next term. Those key policy direction I see there, I mean, they're based on feedback and input from community members. What I read between the lines is people like what they have. For the most part, when I see we're like protecting rural coastal character, what we're not hearing is we want to develop Black Creek into like multi, 7-story condos and that kind of thing, right? That could have come out of a public process, and sometimes it does. And as Director Grieve said, some of those perennial issues, it's not like an exercise like that is going to resolve tough, complicated topics like septic, but it'll at least give a pulse on the general direction of the community and whether those things are necessary to achieve the policy directions, or whether people are happy with the levels of services that they have, generally speaking, and just want to tweak on the edges. I'm not sure that being a vegetarian is not necessarily a bad thing. So yeah, no, good work to staff. I know these things require a lot of care in how you gather the public input and synthesize it and organize it, and in addition to the other reports that you've collected around environmental limits and all that. So I'm not quite sure I'm ready to do local area plans for Royston and Union Bay, but I look forward to see the report, and maybe it'll inspire me in that direction. Thanks.
Director Hardy.
Yeah, thanks, and thanks for the report. And I know it is just a report. I just a little concerned with some of the language in the report with regards to, again, despite the settlement node designation, the Saratoga Beach area cannot likely develop to the degree contemplated in the regional growth strategy. So I guess how I'm reading the report right now is here's a whole bunch of issues. And because of those issues, we shouldn't be contemplating growth or moving forward on things. And I'm just, to me, I would think the report outlining what some of the issues might be is how do we come up with solutions to those issues? And I'm hopeful that moving forward with regards to the report, yes, here are some of the items of concern or here are some of the issues. But how do we go about trying to address those issues and concerns so we can continue to allow the Saratoga Beach area to be a settlement node moving forward and having growth there? Because how I'm reading things right now is based upon these issues, we shouldn't grow. And I'm not quite sure if that's what we want to be doing here in this instance too.
But may just jump ahead, I think that John Lennon said it best, to paraphrase, that growth is what happens while we're busy making other plans. So we saw the maps at the open houses and over decades, a few decades, and you could see how it was growing. And that's growing organically. So it's better to have planned growth than just have willy-nilly haphazard, which, you know, was what I hope we come up with this report. But a lot of this stuff, I mean, it's all red herring issues. Nobody wants high-rise apartments down at Miracle Beach, but, you know, they do want some maybe some more affordable single-level seniors housing, stuff like that, you know. But you talk about the sanitary sewer piece, and that was a real big thing back, well, before I got elected. They had the first referendum, and they had another kind of a MDA with a company that wanted to put in a sewer. So without sewer, you can't have growth, but you can't pay for a sewer without growth. So it's that conundrum. It's almost like a mini Union Bay, you know, very much the same on a smaller scale. So I don't know, you know, I don't think it's something going to solve here, and certainly not with an LAP that's only going to last 5 or 10 years. But yeah, I was kind of hoping for more. Director?
Yeah, I think Director already keyed into some of the key dilemmas of our era, and especially the upcoming era. Everyone I talked to on the coast, or even I was on the interior last month, and here it's floodplains. In the interior, it's wildfire zone and interface and flood risks. I mean, the whole way we do land use planning is having to adapt to a very different world over the next coming years and decades. And it raises really difficult questions. So, for example, a lot of our population is right along the shoreline. People love it, but that's where some of the bigger risks and archaeological zones are. So when I look at Area A, one of the silver linings I see when you talk about future population is actually the Comox First Nation treaty land, which is high and dry above along the highway. And maybe Black Creek will evolve that way as well if we start. I mean, we're not a Florida type scenario because we don't have like 30 kilometers inland at the same elevation as the ocean, right? But we have some serious risks coming and threats. And so, in the long range planning, which is Robin's job, I think, you know, you really have to think about where our future, how is our RGS going to respond to that, which will be a future topic, right? And what does it mean for zoning and the OCP? Those are going to be really interesting topics to start, I think, exploring next term. In the short term, this is a local area plan for the next 5 or 10 years that gives some constraints and opportunities, guidance, community preference. And I think that's really good to see, but it doesn't negate the larger questions that Director Hardy kind of asked, you know, around where will be the best spots in the Comox Valley to support growth. And it may not be the ones that grew organically, as Director Grieve said.
Maybe I'm just going to weigh in and certainly invite Monica, Robin, Alana to weigh in. A lot's been said around the content of this report as well as the the process that we'll be coming forward with. Maybe two points I want to make here. That I'm glad that the slides have landed here on the key policy directions, because it does provide the broad context of what the draft LAP will be covering. And as an LAP, it is meant to be at this higher level. It is not meant to be at the specific property level, which you'd see in your zoning bylaws. So these are the key policy directions that we have seen from the public consultation, the engagement, as well as the study work, the independent study work that we've been doing to try to identify the carrying capacity for the area. Director Grieve, you mentioned a couple of times the previous resolution status report and some resolutions from 2019. In the interest of trying to not have that become a 12-page document, we did look at those particular items. They had specific reference to the Saratoga Beach, Saratoga Miracle Beach area, and work being done there. And it's easy enough to turn those items back on and put them back on the resolutions report. But in doing the work that we're doing here for the LAP, it was felt that I felt that those particular items are captured by the work being done under the LAP. So we tried to consolidate that work here and present this to you. But we can certainly add those items back to the resolutions report if you're interested. And then I just offer to Alana or the team if there's other reflections on this. I think we were intending to bring you up to speed with what our findings are to date, remind you of the process the next couple of months. It will be an accelerated process to get to bylaw readings and bylaw adoption for September 1st. I saw on the slide there. So that was our intent to present here, bring you up to speed and address any kind of comments or questions you have. So.
Yeah, I guess, like you say, it's kind of a cursory overview kind of thing, but when it goes on for almost 10 years, you think we'd actually be in a better place. I mean, we do have a lot of language around advocating and working with MOTT, and we talk about active transportation and all the things we talk about at this table, and we're not masters of our own house. So I don't want to bring false hope to the community that we're going to get more parks. Parks are usually donated by people with property that either develop it and donate it as part of their, well, they're not supposed to anymore, but, or else it's, something we have to actually purchase. So everybody wants a lot of this stuff. And so far as tourism goes, one of the things I did jot down was the fact that some of the resorts, if they actually burned down tomorrow, they wouldn't be allowed to rebuild because of the fact that there are new floodplain regulations. So I mean, it's a very complicated thing. How do you, the non-conforming setbacks burns down, they can't rebuild. They don't have enough capacity in peak season. Parking is a big issue, really big issue. I get people with boat trailers are a pain in the butt up there, but I just think that, we'll see what happens. I'll keep an open mind and take a look at what falls out of this. But, I do think that where there's a will, there's a way. I think the whole business around that McElhaney report, add all the money up. How much money we spent on this thing so far? And if you consider the rainwater management plan that sits on somebody's desk in Victoria, I don't think they've ever responded to it, have they? We sent it off to them back in 2019. That's why I stayed on the resolution status report for so long. So, a lot of it, I think we're building false hope, and then we're identifying motherhood issues as being primary, which they are, but where's the meat? Where's the meat? Okay, that's my bit. I just waited all day for that. So anything else? We are on receipt only. There's no action items here. So on receipt, anybody opposed? Carried. Thanks. Okay, where are we at? The computer keeps going back to the top. That's a long way up there. There we go. Well, it's number 12. Look at us. Results and options for service establishment, Denman Island, Hornby Island, animal control feasibility study for receipt.
Second. Thank you, Chair. Amanda Yazinski is our Senior Manager of Building and Bylaw Compliance, and Amanda will be introducing this report. Amanda, over to you.
Welcome, Amanda.
Okay, good afternoon through the chair. This report provides the results from the community engagement and survey submissions conducted to support the Denman Island and Hornby Island Animal Control Feasibility Study that was supported by this committee at the December 8th, 2025 meeting. This report also outlines the recommended next steps should this committee support moving forward with implementing an animal control service for Denman and Hornby Island. The study, which is attached to this report as Appendix A, was conducted between April 1st and May 1st of this year. The study and engagement, which was led by the team at Catapult Strategy, included a resident survey, in-person engagement on both islands, targeted outreach through local channels, including associations such as Hornby Island Residents and Ratepayers Association and the Denman Island Residents Association, as well as through interviews with relevant stakeholders we identified, including RCMP for callouts, SPCA, and Denman and Hornby fire chiefs, as well as our current CVRD contract providers for both dog control and kenneling services within other service areas. The purpose of the study was specifically for the feasibility of an animal control service on Denman and Hornby Island, and was designed to establish a clear and practical understanding of animal-related issues on the islands and to assess whether a formal animal control service is warranted and supportable within a small rural island context. The survey captured the extent and nature of animal-related issues experienced by residents, where and how frequently those issues were occurring, how concerns are perceived in terms of severity, the priority service needs, alignment with defined service levels, and the willingness to pay once a cost was introduced to those defined levels. A total of 348 completed survey responses were received, providing a substantial base of resident input from across both islands. Participation was well distributed between Hornby and Denman, resulting in near equal representation from the two communities. The findings indicate that animal-related concerns on the islands are real, visible, and widely experienced, but not consistently perceived as severe. This results in a community perspective that is meaningful but not unified. However, across all areas of the study, a consistent pattern emerged. We learned residents prioritized responsive incident-based support rather than proactive or continuous presence. An on-demand service model was the most aligned of the options tested through the survey, and that there are no clear consensus on a preferred service level, and that a significant portion of residents are not aligned with any formal service approach, regardless of what that cost may be. Cost assumptions outlined in the report include service level options and pricing levels. The survey included a set of illustrative service level options, tiers, and associated annual household cost ranges. These tiers with costing are outlined in today's staff report as well as they appeared in the survey. Costing considerations to deliver an animal control service included operational costs relative to service provisions on each island. We looked at transportation, kenneling provisions, cost to house dogs in transition to adoption facilities, staff resources, administrative costs overall, administration costs, legal fees, and dog control contract providing. Denman and Hornby would be the only service areas funding the program, making cost per household a critical factor. Respondents were asked to consider potential annual household costs associated with each service level to identify the preferred service types or tiers. The cost ranges were informed in part by a review of comparable service models in small rural island contexts where a basic complaint-driven service is delivered at approximately $15 to $17 per household annually. Building on this, higher cost points were introduced throughout the survey to reflect incremental increases in service scope. This included more on-island response, seasonal presence, and increased patrols. Please keep in mind that these are high-level estimates designed to test alignment between service expectations and willingness to pay through the survey environment. With costs added to the survey questions, Tier 2 emerged as the most supported option. However, it falls well short of majority support, with nearly 1/3 of respondents also selecting would not support any level. This indicates that even in principle, there is no clear consensus formed around a preferred service model. In practical terms, this suggests that any proposed approach will need to balance competing expectations rather than rely on a single, clearly supported direction. Should staff be directed to move forward with service establishment, 2 options have been identified to introduce an animal control service to Denman and Hornby Island. To amend the existing bylaw enforcement service for Denman and Hornby, or to establish a new service for the islands. Staff's recommendation would be to amend the existing bylaw enforcement service to include animal control and include the expanded service establishment as an assent vote and ballot question on October 17th of this year. A draft amendment bylaw, which includes animal control to the Denman and Hornby Islands bylaw enforcement service area, is attached to this report as Appendix B. And I just wanted to clarify the naming convention of the existing service establishment bylaw, being the Fireworks Regulation Service Bylaw, since we're here today to discuss animal control. In order to create, which is now the Denman and Hornby Island Bylaw Enforcement Service, or Service 299, the original Fireworks Service Bylaw was amended August 10th, 2021. To expand the service, Fireworks Extended Service, to include noise control and control of unsightly premises, and to amend the service area boundary. This service expansion and amendment bylaw is attached to this report as Appendix C for your information, and is what now forms the current bylaw service. And today's recommendation is to further amend that service to now include animal control. Specifically, that should establishing an animal control service be supported, the recommendations in this report are that the board grant first, second, and third readings to bylaw number 915, the Fireworks Regulation Extended Service Conversion Bylaw, amendment number 4, which includes animal control to the Denman and Hornby Islands Bylaw Enforcement Service Area. And further that, the expanded service establishment is included as an assent vote and ballot question on October 17th, 2026. And finally that the 2026-2030 financial plan and capital expenditure program be amended by an increase of $10,000 for Service 155 and Service 154, being the Denman or Hornby and Denman Island feasibility studies respectively. That the last recommendation is to accommodate the assent voting costs and associated advertising additional public education leading up to elections on October 17th if it goes as a ballot question. That concludes my overview of the engagement staff report, and I'm able to take any questions as well.
Thank you very much. And Director Arbor.
Thank you, Amanda, and great job on both the report and the effort to engage the community as well. I think the 350 responses is quite good. And I hear you, and it was highlighted in the report, you know, there's not one that truly has the majority, but at the same time, as I was reading to the report, the Tier 2 options to me seems definitely the most supported amongst the people who support having this. And also, I think in the context of the islands, it would bring a little bit more capacity to deal with situations, I think, in Tier 2 for the extra $5 per year, right? Tier 1 was $15, Tier 2 was $20, Tier 3 was $30. So I would be quite prepared to move forward with the entire plan you presented with Tier 2 options and put that on the ballot for Hornby and Denman residents. And I always felt bad at COVID that I nixed the initiative. We were doing cost cutting across the RD at the time, and this is one that went out the door because we felt we were literally responding to COVID at the time. It was a different era. But there has been incidents since on the islands which are really difficult to address and have created a lot of community tension because we don't have good processes and things like that, right? So yeah, I'd be willing to move that if staff is comfortable with it, tier 2, and then the process you highlighted to get us to the ballot at the local government election.
Well, is it on?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify through the chair. So the next steps are the 3 recommendations through this report gets us through having that establishment bylaw approved by the inspector municipalities. When it comes back, we'd be back before you, separate cover staff report in August to fine tune and get the exact question for the ballot. So we can work on that in the meantime, and we would be back in August for that.
Well, I think we can proceed with this because it's definitely Hornby Dam centric. And we look to our director for the lead on this one. On receipt, all in favor, move the recommendation. And was it a specific recommendation you said? All 3? Okay, what's the matter with this thing? Come on. Okay, so on the recommendation as presented, anyone opposed? Carries. Now I want to hear about this one. Royston Open House, what we heard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We don't have a presentation per se. Jennifer Seale's going to come to the table, and there was an open house that was held in March. This report includes the What We Heard report, as well as much of the commentary around that. And then it highlights the 3 individual projects that were spoken to at the open house and a few of the next steps associated with those projects. So we're available for any questions you may have, help you with the discussion.
Dr. Arbor, you just want me to turn you on, keep you on?
Yeah, thank you. I thought we had 120 people, but we had 166 people, which is definitely a big turnout for the community of Royston. And I want to thank staff for being responsive to the need to go to the community and engage on some of these topics. And I think the summary is really quite good and sort of provides a blueprint for what I would, if I get back in, would be a bit of a work plan, on how to advance these things in the community. I know some of that work is already underway, but it was interesting to see where there was more support for certain aspect of the initiatives or priorities. I do want to highlight, and I brought it up, was it this morning? I guess it was this morning, that we have a very immediate opportunity that has arisen with the Ministry of Transportation moving forward with the repaving of Royston Road. And I understand there is awareness, but I want to triple impress today. And I think it was in the presentation earlier where I said I would love by the June meeting, because this is work, like there's requests from the community to do some of the steps on that, including the crosswalks at Highland and other things that were out of scope. But to me, it feels like when Kellen comes at the Ministry of Transportation next month, I would love to see a path that we can actually discuss with them, including potential funding from us to put in the bucket. So that's a big ask, but it's also, they repave Royston Road every 40 years. So I think I want to be fairly aggressive because we could meet some of the stuff that residents of Royston's are requesting in one fell swoop. And overall, yeah, really great job. I know staff was at times like just swarmed by Roystoners, and I appreciate our CAO being there as well. Like we had a really good contingent, and I'm glad we did because that was a lot of people all at once asking questions. And I also know the report also talks about the need for more information on the water project and the sewage project, which both of these projects, water may be a little bit more advanced, but maybe we'll find different ways to communicate with Roystoners over the coming months. But this, I know talking to my key contacts in Royston who are pushing for these things, they were also pleased to see that broader community engagement and the direction that people would like to see in the community. So thanks to both our parks and planning staff for putting that on and putting such a good report together. No questions.
Jennifer?
I was just ready for questions. It was a good event. It was a really busy event and everyone came together and very passionate community. It's awesome.
Very timely. Sorry. Director?
CAO, did you need direction around some of my asks for in preparation for the Moti visit in June or?
No, no, I understand where the request is coming from, and we can certainly have that dialogue with Kellen before the June electoral areas meeting, just so that he's fully aware of the interest, and if there's an opportunity for a funding contribution to help to enable some of those outcomes, we'd understand what that is. We would then have to talk about where those funds come from, which would be a subsequent discussion. I just do want to caution, though, understanding the length of time that I know the Royston multi-use path takes in terms of design and approvals and engineering standards and that, they do take time. So if there's already work, Royston paving plan in the works, it may be challenging to be able to sequence design on roadside improvements and otherwise into what's already a planned approach. So
yeah,
I just from a managing expectations perspective, we can certainly have the conversation and identify that funds could be available potentially, recognizing that there's already a process in place here for some of that work from Modi.
that's right. And just, I'm glad you said that, because just to be clear, my ask to them would not be that we do the work. It would be that they do the work to do the adjustments, put in those crosswalks, and we can make a financial contribution. Because what we've learned with the multi-path project is that we do not need a back and forth with Modi on our design of what would work. I think anybody would take any crosswalk at Highland to their standards, you know, to whatever they want to do. So I'd love to have that discussion, and then we could just, I would be happy to throw community works. But what you said is perfect. We'll have a conversation with them. Staff will be prepared to support as need be. And it's, to me, it's a huge opportunity with them doing that work right now. Yeah.
Well, I wish I shared your enthusiasm and optimism around MOTT, but maybe they'll have a little pavement left over for Wireless Road after they do that. Okay, where are we at? Receipt? Any opposed? Carried. Recommendation? Pardon? There's no recommendation. We're good. Moving on here. Put my glasses back on, Eddie. You can see what you're going on. Okay. Mark Hart. That was a thrill. Community Parks and Trail Service 619-620-621. We're on 4. I'm too far ahead of myself. Shingle Spit Road. This is a good one. For receipt. And second.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Mark Hart, our Parks Planner, will be introducing this report. Mark, over to you.
Thank you through the chair and to the committee and the CAO. The purpose of this report is to request a budget amendment to fund modifications to the Shingle Spit boat ramp and to seek approval to receive a cash donation towards that modification work. A little background for the committee. The CVRD holds a license of occupation to operate the Shingle Spit boat ramp on Hornby Island. Work in December 2025 completed the replacement of that boat ramp, and the CVRD staff hosted a community meeting in March of this year to hear community concerns about the final design of the boat ramp. Based on feedback from the community, staff have compiled a short list of modifications to improve boat ramp usability and safety. They're illustrated here in the slide. Substantially, the work would be to reduce the size of the abutment connecting the ramp to the boarding float, making use of the ramp easier and safer. The proposed cost or the estimated cost of this work is around $20,000. Fortunately, the Hornby Island Ratepayers and Residents Association, thank you, have offered to cover $11,637 of that cost. So staff are here today to request approval of that donation and to request a budget amendment in the order of $8,633 to cover the remaining costs. Should the committee approve these requests, work could begin immediately and could be completed in advance of the summer boating season. I'm available for any questions that you may have about this project. Happy to answer.
You're going to get questions. Director Arbor.
No, I got a lot of happiness about this. I'm really happy that we found a way forward and to make an adjustment. And I think the design you show will resolve a lot of the issues that were identified by the community. And I want to thank staff for kind of persevering with the project and getting to that solution. I know there was a lot of community feedback on it, and I appreciate that we were responsive. In regards to the HIRA contribution, this is kind of cool because I know Chris LaRosa, Hornby Islander here, and this is actually quilt funding. When there was no hope of replacing the boat ramp, somehow the boat ramp committee, which had $0 at the time in their bank account, convinced the quilt committee to start to dedicate their quilt for the boat ramp for a future replacement. This is like 6 or 7 years ago. So then this money all of a sudden shows up just when we actually, I think they had intent to transfer it to the regional district, but when they saw what happened here and everything, then their timing was perfect to show up with some money from the quilt from all these years ago. The quilt is a big fundraiser where it's like people buy tickets and like lots of people, and it raises a ton of money. And each year a quilt produced by all the quilters on the island, 30 or 40 of them, gets basically drawn and somebody ends up with it. And it usually has a theme. I can't remember if the theme was the actual boat ramp or it was an ocean theme, but it was something like that. So anyways, great story altogether to resolve this issue. And I know people have been using the boat ramp. It's been a little bit awkward, but now it's going to be good for, decades to come with this adjustment. And I'm glad it's not breaking the bank. I was expecting worse. So thank you to staff for working on this.
Director Hardy.
Hasn't the summer boating activities already started?
Through the chair, thank you for that. I contemplated not using the word summer. Optimistic. We're hoping to have it done as quickly as possible. Yeah.
Just a question on the quilt. We have one in the Myrtle Hall that's about 20 by 20. Are they like monster quilts, like a big tapestry?
I think this one would be, I would estimate it about 10 by 10.
So still big.
10 feet by 10 feet. Yeah, it's a lot of squares. It's beautiful. And it's every year they fundraise for a different initiative on the island. It's been going on for about 30 years, 40 years. Yeah.
It's great. Oh, no. This will be the first meeting where my computer goes dead, I think. It's just about dead. Okay, no more conversations, no more questions. On the report, on receipt, anybody opposed? Carries. Recommendation? Second on recommendation. Anybody opposed? That carries. This is the one I'm waiting for. Community Parks and Trails Service, 619, 620, and 621. Project updates. Moved and seconded, and looks like Sir Douglas gets this one.
Dr. Marzo, General Manager of Community Services, will be speaking to the project updates. Doug, over to you.
Thank you, CAO, and to the directors. I'm here to speak briefly about the parks updates and some of the work plan item highlights moving into 2026. Noting that with about 6.3 FTEs, we managed to do a lot of capital projects, work on a lot of operations from everywhere, from cutting a tree off the trail through to managing all types of projects. Some of those projects today of these highlights is for Deadman Island. We're working collaboratively with the Denman Island Residents Association to look at the graffiti fence on top of the big hill. Looking at sections of Morning Beach and those stairs, doing some minor improvements, as well as some further study and analysis. On Hornby, Mark just mentioned the single shingle spit boat launch, as well as looking into the Little Tribune Bay washroom, dependent on provincial permits there. Bay Sound Electoral area, we're looking at the Union Bay Nature Park risk assessment that was mentioned a few months ago, as well as gathering baseline inventory data on that park. And furthermore, looking at Argyle Beach and how to support park infrastructure there. I should just note in Area B, we have the Seal Bay Nature Park work undergoing. This work's been long planned, including Capes Creek Bridge, as well as working collaboratively with Ministry of Transportation and Transit on a Bates Road crosswalk. So that's been on the books for about 17 years. So eventually it does come around. And of course, those are familiar, Dyke Road Park Revitalization Project. In Electoral Area C, we're working on the Mayor's Nature Park management plans and repairs to the Vicoy Bridge in Bear Creek that help support the salmon enhancement down there. As well as looking at the Solom River to support the one spot trail with that bridge crossing. So there's a number of other items on here, and I'm happy to answer any questions about those as we move forward. There's quite a few work plan items, and I'll deliberate them all.
Well, if I may, regarding the one spot trail and the bridge, that is now before the ALC, is that correct?
That's
We've got our
correct.
application in there now, and we can expect an answer within a year.
I don't know. We would hope it would be within a year.
So good. Okay. Director Arbor.
Yeah, thank you. One question I have, which again, often I just talk and I don't formalize things, so then I end up mad at myself later, and I don't really want to formalize it again today. I'm just wondering if staff has it in the radar anywhere. In regards to like the Laurel Heights area and even the Royston Seaside Trail, I've often talked over the years about having a pot of money to potentially purchase properties and split out right of ways. Is that something that's on the radar at all in the priorities, or is that something that next term I'll need to really like put on the front and center on the table? Because I was reminded by a Royston resident, is like, oh, houses are coming up on Laurel Heights. Then they didn't, but at the time we thought they were. Is that a mechanism that we have some comfort that we could actually do? Because it's the same thing that I've talked about, and I know there's Comox First Nation concerns on this, but to connect the Riverside Trail from Courtney and the Seaside Trail from us, it's like just a handful of properties. So I'm just wondering where that lives. I know it's not a current priority, but is that a second tier priority, or it's not a priority at all for staff?
Yeah, so I'll speak to both separately because they're two different processes. Laurel Heights, based on that open house and other meetings with residents that have been engaged, we have indicated to any residents if they do hear or see of something coming up backing on the NN Railway to please reach out and contact staff. In that case, we do and could potentially have the priority to purchase that property, hive off it right away and move forward, or determine the property is a long-term holding and rent it till it, for whatever reason, EASC does believe is possible. So yeah, that one's definitely front and center. We don't have a realtor actively looking at properties anywhere in the regional district on a regular basis. So we rely on the community, and as well as staff do infrequently check those areas, and staff do live in certain areas too. So we do have ears on the ground. As far as the Royston Seaside Trail, we haven't been very active on those few properties between Marine Drive since we've made that roundabout that goes up to the highway and down. And then at the Chinook Road, which is the current terminus, that's basically City of Courtney properties. So staff have not been active at all for the City of Courtney properties, nor would we suggest that the EASC would be responsible for buying a property there. So we would not ever look at that. But if we did see something, we'd advise our City of Courtney staff of those possibilities for that connection.
If I may, this is really great feedback around the status of amongst priorities. I and really heartened to hear on Laurel Heights, so that's great. Royston, I would say it might be, in my opinion, this is my view, but I would really like, if we want to complete that trail on the seaside, I would see a shared collaboration with City of Courtney. You know, maybe we could, if we bought a property and we each put 50% and split out the the right of way at the front, because I think otherwise it might just linger there for a long time. And I don't really understand their process if it's a priority either. So I guess I'll just, for today, I'm actually quite happy with what I heard, that this is in our radar, generally speaking, and then the specifics can come later. Thank you, Doug, for that.
I would say I think Courtney's pretty live to that property, the three properties there.
In the past, they have been. I'm not too sure recently.
You got a lot of staff turnover right now.
Yeah.
One of those properties was for sale the last 2 years, right? So this is where maybe I'm kicking myself because I could have pushed harder, but it was $2 or $3 million. And I'm sure if you split out the right away at the front, we could still recoup maybe like 1.5 or whatever, right? So that's why I bring it up, because I'm still, when I saw that sold sign, I was like, we missed that one, right? So.
Well, we encourage directors to bring anything forward to us as well through the CAO, any properties that we might find valuable in your areas or even municipalities, I suppose. Yeah.
Okay, so that's the update. Some good news. For receipt, we move it already? I don't know if we did. We did, okay. On receipt, anybody opposed? That carries. And Portal Graham Lake treatment and fire engagement update.
Kaylee, our engineering analyst, will be introducing this. Kaylee is supported by Chris LaRose, General Manager of Engineering Services.
I'm gonna turn this thing off, it's dead.
Kaylee, over to you.
Thank you through the CEO to the chair and directors. This staff report provides a summary on the engagement with the Graham Lake residents regarding the additional costs for incorporating fire infrastructure upgrades as part of the treatment project. Thank you. After sending out letters, updating the website, holding a webinar, and open house, we received a response from 36 parcels, or 40% of the total affected properties. Of those who responded, a significant majority responded not in favor of proceeding with the fire infrastructure upgrades, and staff will recommend proceeding with the petition process to secure borrowing for the water treatment upgrades only. Given the relatively low participation rate on the fire infrastructure question and questions we continue to receive, it's clear that we still have some more communication work to do, specifically around what the petition is for and what happens if the petition is not successful. If the petition is not successful, we can initiate a referendum concurrently with the fall election, but this would still come with a minimum 4 months of construction cost escalation and a higher risk of losing the grant. If the referendum fails, it would be almost certainly mean we would lose the grant, while we would still be held to implementing the upgrades by Island Health. In the March report, we stated that the loss of the existing grant funding could increase annual costs by approximately $885 per connection. This number was too low, and it would be closer to $1,400 per connection annually over our current projected rates, assuming a 2-year delay. The impact of revisiting the project financing will be made very clear in our petition cover letter, which is currently being drafted. And I do have one minor clarification on the report. There are only 91 properties. The staff report says 97. We sent out 97 letters because of the multiple owners. As we heard back from 36 properties, we got a response back from 40% of the properties over the 3-week period. That's all from me, but happy to answer any questions.
Robert.
Yep, thanks for the report. I guess we are live with this initiative and the public assent process once this gets approved today. And on my end, I do acknowledge what you said, like we haven't managed to reach exactly everybody. It's also hard generally to hit 100% of any area. So my contribution to that is I committed to at the open house to some of the residents that I'll go door to door on June 6th and 7th and June 13th and 14th and try to be at every residence. And if there's materials I can bring that's produced by the CVRD, I would be happy to take it with me, like just general information around where we're at. I will also, I've had some success the last month producing videos on other topics, including chickens, if anybody follows Facebook. But with this one, I think I will do a video specific for that group, just explaining where we're at. So maybe once I have a basic script, I'll send it to staff just to double check that it's all accurate. But I'll keep it high level, so to speak. So, but just to increase awareness, because I know people do share those things. So I'll do those two things. And then I agree with you that should we not be able to reach out to everybody and we don't have a successful petition process or otherwise, then we could always go to referendum. So I agree with the course of action, and it's unfortunate file all along, which is we've discussed at length. And the advocacy is not done. I was just, I actually situated the project with the Minister of Walrus when I was in Revelstoke a couple of weeks ago, talking about the difficulty with small water systems across British Columbia and the need for better solutions around the 4321 guidelines. In fact, she was caught on mic at Silga saying that she felt maybe we need to move off the 4321. I don't think as minister she's got deep understanding of what is there, is there to do for that. But at the same time, to me, that just spoke to if she's hinting at that, probably despite her staff's advice, that just speaks to the level of pressure and the reality of the criticality of how it is absolutely crushing rural areas across the province. So I think she hears about it all the time. So we're not going to let go on advocacy. In the meantime, we just have to be realistic. And in my opinion, I'll be advocating for people to not risk losing the grant and start getting fined by Island Health. That's not a very good scenario, and that would probably be a quite costly scenarios because at the end of the day, currently, there is no indication that they will change the policy. So.
Thank you. Yeah, we certainly can support all manner of kind of further engagement in terms of, yeah, looking at other options for kind of getting out. Door hangers, yeah, any things that you can hand out. I mean, not everyone lives on Denman, but it will definitely. I think that we certainly has had good success with the canvassing for the Watuco petition.
Yeah, the door hangers is great with just basic information where we're at, what this is about, in a succinct way, and 97 of them.
You're optimistic. Any other discussion? We're at the end of a perfect day. Bet we missed it. I think we are. So we're on receipt of the Graham Lake presentation. So all in favor? Carried. No, we need the recommendation. We're going to go to a petition. And my recommendation is get a golf cart. You can just drive around in a golf cart. People love it. Second. And any more discussion there? On the recommendation, anybody opposed? That carries. Now we don't have to go back in camera because we did that. So is this the longest EASC? We've gone to 420. So when do we get double time? I know we started at 9, so. Yeah. Probably. Anyways, thanks, everybody. Thanks, staff. Thanks, directors. Lots of fun. Motion to terminate. Granted, let's go.